This is Kaylee Burton, Utilities Administrative Assistant. We have a quorum and we'll be exiting practice mode and going live. Anything you say going forward will be recorded.
Recording in progress.
I'm going to call the UAC meeting to order. Would you like to call the roll?
Commissioner Croft? Present. Commissioner Metz?
Present.
Commissioner Gupta?
Present.
Chair Scharf?
Present.
Vice Chair Mater? Present. Commissioner Phillips? 7 present.
Thank you. Do we have any agenda changes, deletions, or additions? Nope.
I had two agenda edits.
All right.
Okay.
What do you got?
This is on page, packet page 12, near the bottom of the page where it says impact of demand management program has been on the order of around 2% and so on. In that discussion, I clarified that demand management, we call demand management.
You're doing the minutes. You're doing the minutes.
Yeah.
Let's wait till we get to the minutes,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
which is after public comment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I thought you said minutes.
No, that's fine. We probably don't have, do we have any public speakers for items not on the agenda?
If anyone from the public would like to speak on an item not present on the agenda, press *9 or raise your hand now.
Well, let's do him
Do
first.
public one. Yes. One moment. We're going to do.
I'm a private industry financial CFO. I've been following the SFPUC for quite a number of years. I don't think you're specifically talking about water rates. I think you've also suffered through the couple of letters that I sent you, one quite long. So thank you for that. And very much thank you for your service. The short version is I'm very concerned about our water rates and that they're going to be increasing substantially. They're already very high and they're going to go up a lot more. And I'm not sure the SFPUC fully understands how much they're going to go up. So I have 2 slides. And so they're going to be impossible to read. The first slide is showing the long-term trend on demand. And so the left-hand side of the slide is historical demand. And you can see it's on a per capita basis, but you can see the curve is declining substantially. On the right-hand side are the projections. And the projections are what the various parties think is going to be the future. And none of the projections actually go down. But the trend, you can see the center is that it is going down. And then this is also considered a statistical control chart because the blue lines so on either side of the trend line are sort of bounds that say, hey, if the numbers go outside of this, there's something has really gone up, changed and gone wrong. So this is basically to show our long-term trend for demand is going down. The problem is 2 problems. One, our rates are high. They're forecasted to go up. They're probably going to go up even more because if demand's going down, that means less water sales, and less water sales means you have to raise prices to have the same amount of revenue cover your costs because the SFPUC, our regional water system, is pretty much all fixed costs. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, and this is explained much more depth in my long letter. Oh, good, thank you. In my next slide, this is a chart showing what the price of water would be on an acre foot basis at various demand and supply scenarios. And the way you read it is down the left-hand side are various demand scenarios of, okay, and I'll use the 207 as, let's say, and that's the SFPUC's forecast for the financials, is 207 MGD. And by the way, today or this last year, it was 183. So it's quite a big increase. And this is for 2045. And then you say, okay, well, how much did we build for supply? And the SFPUC tells us in the alternative water supply plan that they can only supply 152 MGD. So you have to come up with another 55 MGD to get to 207. So you have to build some alternative water supplies. And so those costs are in there. And you can see if you look at the 207 supply column and 207 demand column, that it's $4,500 per acre foot, which is a lot. Right now we're at 2470, which is still doubled in the last 10 years. I'm out of time. So that's what it's for. And I thank you guys for taking time with me.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public speakers? Anyone online?
If any member of the public would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand or press *9 now. No hands raised.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll close that public comment period. Approval of the minutes. Commissioner Metz.
Okay, thank you. This is the time. Okay. Yeah, I had two corrections to the minutes. First was on packet page 12, near the bottom, where it talks about impact of demand management has been on the order of 2 to 3% per year. I made a comment in the meeting, which I think is important and should be in the minutes, that what we call demand management program today is really energy conservation program and not an active demand side management, what people normally mean by that phrase. And I recommended two actions. One is that we create an active demand side management program, and two, that we set a much higher target for energy conservation.
So Commissioner Metz, and this would go for anyone, if you want to change the minutes, it'd be very helpful if you had written corrections and said, you know, like in that paragraph, you want to change these words or add these words.
Right.
So what do you want to do to reflect what you said? It's got to reflect what you said, what you actually said. It can't be like I'm clarifying.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely what I said.
Right. So just tell us
meeting.
what you said and where the words would be different.
Okay. After the word load,
Okay.
I would say he clarified that the current demand management program is really energy conservation and not active demand management. And he recommended two actions. Number one, create a real active demand side management program, and two, set a much higher target than 2 to 4% for energy conservation.
Okay. You probably didn't get all of that, I would guess, or did you? You got it all? Okay. In the future, if anyone has it, it'd be great if you just typed it up. And we could
Okay.
then just,
Kaylee Burton, Utilities Administrative Assistant. Commissioner Metz, I am looking at item number 4 of the minutes.
Yeah, no, that, I don't think that's correct place. This is,
It's in page,
packet page
page 12.
12, excuse me.
packet page 12, which is, unfortunately, they've put the packet page numbers over where it says page whatever of it.
It's on page 7.
So I think that's where you were. So the other thing we could do is we could have Commissioner Metz write it out. And then he's read it to the group. And then if no one objects, we can vote to approve the minutes with his changes. And you can write it out and just give her the
I
change.
could mark it up.
You can mark it up and just give her the changes.
Okay,
So-
you can read it.
Chair, staff could take what we had from the video here, and make the modifications.
Okay.
And we could,
Okay, you can just do it off the
Yeah.
video.
yes,
Okay, that's great.
That's a good idea.
All right,
as
so
verbally presented.
Great, I should have thought of that. So let's take a vote on the approval of the minutes as amended by Commissioner Metz. All right, so you want to call the roll? So I'll move that. My vice chair will second. And we'll now take a vote.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes,
Commissioner Gupta,
Abstain.
Chair Scharf,
Yes,
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Approve.
Commissioner Tucker.
Yes.
all right. And that passes. All right, now we're to the Utilities Director's report.
Good evening, actually. Alan Curatori, Utilities Chief Operating Officer. I'll be giving the utilities report for this meeting. So a few updates. The city was honored with the American Public Power Association Smart Energy Provider Award. It recognizes the city for demonstrating leadership in being a smart energy provider, our energy efficiency programs, our distributed energy programs, and our environmental and sustainability initiatives. So we accepted this award at the conference back in October. I also wanted to update the commission on the gas transportation charges. This is one of the items that did go to council in October. The city utilizes PG&E transmission pipelines to move gas into Palo Altos. Those are pass-through costs to our customers. They're added to the bill specifically, so we did need to go back to city council to increase that maximum pass-through cost from 25 cents per therm to 30 cents per therm. We do anticipate PG&E will be increasing those rates over time, and we will go back to council at some future time to increase those rates, just to stay ahead of PG&E to make sure that we can pass through those costs to our customers. These are not cost controlled by us, but again, are from PG&E. I wanted to highlight some of our limited short-term commercial HVAC incentives for commercial businesses who electrify their rooftops for HVAC systems. So we're going from $650 per ton to $3,500 per ton, up to $120,000 for these commercial incentives for these retrofits. We're really trying to get that word out, get some pilot programs working with the community. So making this near-term incentive. So we're hoping that our customers will take advantage of this program. Wanted to just update the commission on the emergency replacement for the heat pump water heater program. In September 2024, we initiated a program where there was a dual purpose of restoring hot water to customers that had gas water heaters, and then they would have some ability to switch over to the hot water heat pump system. So we initiated that program. To date, we've already had some customers take advantage of that, so we're very happy about that. And just an update to some of our metrics, as of late October, 466 residents had either completed installation or signed contracts to get a heat pump water heater installed through the city's programs, and including 3 projects completed through this emergency replacement program. An update to our WaterSmart portal. Hourly water data is now available to our customers. So we've been offering this report back in November 2022. It provides information to our customers about water consumption so they can look at personalized efficiency and uses. It also provides information on leaks. So if you have a persistent leak over time, you can get pinged in the system. And we really reinforce to our customers to log into their CPAU account so they can get information on that and also any outage information. So we have about 20% of our customers who signed on and logged into the Water Smart Portal, and our goal for 2025 is to get that to 30%. On a EV programs update, in terms of charging, and I know that there's an interest for that as well. The city of Palo Alto has successfully installed 5 new multifamily EV charging stations over the last 3 months, including one at an affordable housing project at Alta Housing Astrodero Park Apartments. So in combination, we have 133 level 2 chargers, 48 EV spaces in Palo Alto, serving about 351 multifamily units. To date, about 36 properties have been served by the EV rate program. And we have a total of 433 charging points and 73 EV rated spaces for a total of 814 multifamily units. So we're really trying to push this program out to the residents and multifamily. We understand that's a big push. So we would love for our customers to take a look at that. This goes for multifamily, nonprofits, and schools. So please go to the city website for that. Just in October, since just an update, we did have Public Power Week and Natural Gas Power Week. It was the same week of October of last year, so we did some awareness campaign to the businesses and residents at that time. And then I just wanted to point out some of the October events. I'm not going to go through the entire list, but we did have a series of events, both in person and online, highlighting some of the activities here, and you see some of our staff at some of the events. We show a picture of a Cybertruck there that is not the city of Palo Alto's, to my understanding, but there's obviously interest on EVs. And in November, if you can go to the next slide. Little less events, but we do have some. November 9th we have a rain garden. November 13th, the edible water-wise garden, and the 14th, we are doing an outreach to our facility managers meeting. So this is not open to the public, but we do outreach to our business customers, the facility managers. We talked about some of our programs, what their interests are, what are their needs. We'll also do an outside tour of one of our electric substations, just to show them what are the components of the upgrades to our Hanover substation that we just completed and brought online last month. And that completes our report.
Do we follow up? So we install the EV chargers in the multifamily. Do we follow up and see how if they're used, if people are charging? Are they? I assume they're billed for charging, right? I mean, they're not free. So I assume we could get that data and see. Do we do that? Do we report back and say, hey, we installed 3 chargers and no one's used them all month, or they've been 100% used and there's
so we can
waiting
pull some of the metrics and the data from the customers. We ask them to share that information. If we like, we could bring some of that back in terms of the utilization rates.
I would. I
That would
mean,
be helpful.
it's one thing to say we did it.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, I think that was sort of great. We put them in and let's see how it goes. But now the question is, are people actually using them, and is this a good use of resources?
Yeah. I think
I'm assuming it is. I
Yeah.
just would like to
know,
actually know.
We do have more data, I'd say, for our own facilities and charger and networks as well. So that's something we could just bring back as an informational part of the
And then when you said
utilization
you
rate.
installed at schools,
I'm sorry?
you said you installed them at schools, right? So
Yeah,
that would
so-
be for the staff members of the public
Correct.
schools.
So there are some recent chargers that have been installed, and they're primarily for, I would say, staff and teacher and related to the site. I've been to a couple of the sites just to check if they're open to the public, and they're not as of yet, but if that is rolled out, we could.
Are they
share
supposed to be open to the public? I remember there being a charger over, where the field is at Pally the track, you know where the track is? There's a charger right there on Churchill. And I know some people have tried to use the charger, and the school has, people have shown up and said, no, that's our charger, you can't use it. So I was just curious if we had
Yeah,
policies.
the most recent chargers that I've seen going to the site have been, appears to be staff and district use only. But that's something we can't see if when they have an opportunity, if they want to open that to the public.
Well, I'm just thinking if we're using our funds to put them in. I mean, I'm not saying it has to be that way, but I think it's a legitimate question since it's city funds, whether or not it should be open to the public.
Thanks for that question. Carla Daly, Assistant Director. Oh, I'm stuck on something here. Generally speaking, we do work with the schools to accommodate public access to the chargers. Generally, it's not during school hours for obvious reasons. And I think some of the sites do have some particular security situations around the schools. But yes, the idea is that those would be available after school hours to the community at large. So yes, that's an important thing that we work through when we work with the schools.
All right, thank you for that.
I'd love to make a point on that, which is that I very much support putting them in at schools, just having been the subject of, traveling to other schools to attend events for kids and then not being able to find a charger and missing the event, going searching for chargers. So anywhere where people have to gather for public events, I think is a good target for public chargers.
Anyone else?
Alan, thank you for the update on the leak detection capabilities and our water monitors. Are there active efforts by the city to also assist in leak detection and notification for those customers that are not actively monitoring their own bill or not receiving alerts?
Yeah, can I hear the first part of that question again? I'm sorry, the mic was a little low.
I apologize. For the leak detection
Mhm.
systems that are now active, the real-time monitors, is there active monitoring on behalf of the city so that if there is a leak, there would be outreach within, say, a 24-hour period?
Yeah, so we have active leak detection on the systems. We do get reports to that. And again, if the resident is signed up for that, they will get actually a text in regards to that leak if it's over 5 gallons an hour for a period of time.
Okay, but the
Yeah.
resident must be signed up to
To get the
receive
text, they would have
a
to be signed
notification.
up for that, correct?
Following up on the Water Smart program, with respect to multifamily properties like condominium complexes where water may not be billed at the individual unit level, are we still tracking water use data for those buildings? And is the program available to HOAs at the building level or other multifamily buildings?
So I'm gonna have Carla give us a little more specter to that. So, yeah, so we only have single family currently on the Water Smart. So the multifamily, if they're master meters, the facility would get that information. So that's the current aspect of it. But as we move forward, we'll be able to roll out more.
Anyone else? Are we good? All right, can move on. All right, so moving to new business. Our first item of business is Utility Advisor Committee's discussion for Director of Utilities Department recruitment input of candidate key characteristics. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Commissioner Scharf. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager. I am here on behalf of City Manager Shikata to present this item in concert with our HR team. So we've got Director Sandra Blanche on the line, as well as Assistant Director of HR Nick Raish. We also have our professional recruiter online from Terry Black and Company, Tina White. So you should be able to see all of them on your screens. We're here tonight to bring this item before you. As you all know, Dean Batchelor has announced his retirement, and ultimately the city manager's office with the HR department is working on an executive level recruitment for the replacement. So as part of that, we wanted to do some stakeholder outreach to various groups that interact with this position. So we did have a prior discussion with our finance committee, and so here we are before you this evening to facilitate a discussion with the Utilities Advisory Commission on any characteristics or feedback that you have for our recruitment process and the next candidate that we ultimately seek to select. So we don't have a formal presentation. I'll turn it over to Nick and Tina to start the discussion.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Kylie. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Thank you for making time for us this evening. I know that this is a really important recruitment for City of Palo Alto and for your commission. As Kylie indicated, we're looking for some input, and this input will be used in several ways. We're currently working on the marketing materials for this position. So ultimately, we'll develop a recruitment brochure that we'll use as a primary marketing piece. We'll also use social media and lots of other channels for communicating the opportunity. So the input that you provide tonight will be woven into those materials with the input that we've received from other stakeholders. The other way that we'll use your input is when I'm speaking to potential candidates, conducting outreach to potential candidates, and then also when we're developing interview questions. And there will be multiple stages of interviews in this recruitment process, beginning with a screening interview by the recruiting firm and then culminating, through some other process. So many ways that your input will be used. The two primary areas that we wanted to focus on that were mentioned in the staff report are key challenges that are being faced by the department from your perspective, and then those leadership characteristics of the ideal candidate. So what you would like to see in the next director of utilities, so whether that's a skill set, technical skills, leadership qualities, all of those things. And without me being there in person, I will leave it to you to regulate in terms of providing your input. I will be taking notes. I'm sure that Nick will be as well, so that we capture all of your comments this evening.
Thank you. All right, are you looking for us now to give our input? That's what
Yes, please.
All right, so commissioners, do you want to start? Anyone?
Excuse me, Chair Shar, Kaylee Barton, Utilities Administrative Assistant. Would we be able to take public comment at the moment?
Sure, we can take public comment first.
If anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 2, please raise your hand or press *9 now. No hands raised.
All right, great. Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Phillips.
So this job seems unusual, and it encompasses electricity, gas, water, and of course the wastewater side of it as well. Am I correct in saying that's an extremely unusual position, that usually someone will be in one or maybe two of those? And 2, if I'm correct in the first one, if I'm incorrect in the first one, ignore the second part, but if I'm correct on it, what are you looking for? Are you stressing one of those above the others, given it'd be very hard to find someone who has meaningful experience in all 4?
You are correct in that it actually, if you add fiber, we have 5 utilities there. So it is very unusual that there would be 5. Primarily, we'll see utilities where it's electricity or power and water. Those 2 are generally paired together. But your input will help us determine, right? Are we looking for something? Do you feel it's important that someone have expertise, technical expertise in, let's say, power or water, or are there other leadership attributes that you would feel would be more important than the technical expertise? I agree, we're not going to find someone who has experience or expertise in all 5.
I guess part of what motivated this was when I was looking at the potential, the knowledge, skills, and ability. The only one that was mentioned was electric and natural gas industries and quote, knowledge of the deregulation of these. And to me, that seemed, I didn't know where the deregulation came from. It seemed to be what would be useful as institutional knowledge, not to mention a glossary of acronyms, of the whole regulatory structure of these industries. I guess the other question, which would be for, more for the city manager, is are we considering the possibility that this should be split up into more than one position? Or are we very comfortable with the fact that, yes, we can find the right person to cover all of these?
All right.
Thank you. Oh, if I may, very quickly, Nick Raish, Assistant Director of Human Resources. Thank you, Commissioner, for that excellent question. 5 years ago, we actually did some work within that realm of wondering if the Utilities Director position was too broad and covered too much. And thankfully, we now have Alan, who sits in the position of Chief Operating Officer. So the position of Chief Operating Officer did not exist previously. And we created that so that we would have a Utilities Director or General Manager of our utility and a Chief Operating Officer. And if needed, we can counterbalance them with different areas of strength based on the diversity of resources that we supply to our community.
So the idea would be looking for somebody who complements Alan's skills? Is that what you're saying?
You're not allowed to apply for the job, Alan.
So I think what I can add to this is that, as Tina and Nick have alluded to, and as I think you're getting at in your comments, Commissioner, is this is a tough job. And this is going to be a tough recruitment. We have such a broad range of services that are provided, but we also have a really great team behind it. So in terms of the structure, the general manager or utility director, whatever nomenclature we end up with, doesn't necessarily have to have all 5 utilities in terms of background and know-how. They are that leader, that vision for the department, and then the substructure with the chief operating officer, as well as the various assistant directors, have those individual specialized utility knowledge in order to ensure that the director has the necessary support, even in the absence of perhaps boots on the ground experience in all of them. So I think we are confident right now in the structure. That doesn't mean that once we go out and assess the marketplace that we may come back and revise that thinking. Obviously, this will be dictated based on what candidates come forward and the viability of those candidates for this role.
Yes, I would certainly consider that as you look at the candidates, that you keep in mind the possibility that if there is not that one candidate, given the incredible importance of these functions to the city, I mean, we're going to be spending a lot of time on water, but certainly electric power, gas, and all these challenges. If there is not one person who fits that, how do we make sure that we have the right structure? I know it'd be disruptive given the current organizational structure, but if it's the right thing for the city, yeah, I really encourage you to think about it.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you.
This is more of a comment and a suggestion on process, but I would like to encourage that stakeholder outreach also be performed with staff who are employed at the utility. I think that we have had historic issues with recruitment and retention of staff across all levels, not because it's not a good place to work, but because of a myriad of other challenges associated with compensation and the high cost of living. So given that, I believe that the satisfaction of staff and their input in this process will be exceptionally important. And I just wanted to make sure that that was happening.
Absolutely. If I could ask Tina to elaborate, that is actually part of the process. And so we should inform the commission on that. Tina?
Yes, for a benefit of the commission, I held 2 listening sessions. So they were open to all employees. put out via email, held virtually. Those 2 sessions have been held. We are also working on an employee survey, correct, that HR will be administering, gathering all of the data, and all of that data will also be provided to me so that it can be included as we consider all of the characteristics that we're looking for in this person. But the 2 virtual employee sessions have been held. Thank you. Great point.
To the question from Commissioner Phillips a moment ago, I know that the idea is that the portfolio is broad. I acknowledge that. But I'm not sure it's true that there aren't, certainly at smaller districts, equal breadth of portfolio and even more. You get into rural areas, small areas. I happen to be on the board of utility that has a breadth even broader. It includes snow removal, not a utility, but nonetheless. And so I might suggest, if it's appropriate, it'd be helpful to have just a little bit of data on that. I know it's all publicly available, just to know what are some utility districts of comparable size, not big city, likewise not tiny rural, but of comparable size, and how broad indeed are those portfolios. It seems to me that I don't think we should be talking about splitting it up by utility, but that's my early or current point of view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I had just 3 areas that I'd love to give some thoughts. I had a similar thought as Commissioner Motter, Vice Chair Motter, that I think that looking for someone who has interest and experience in developing and retaining the workforce. So I didn't see that in the job rec, but I do think it's really important to create a place that people feel like they're growing and want to stay. I mean, there are a lot of things beyond compensation that can make people like where they are. So that's one input. Secondly, I think view ourselves as relatively unique and advanced in our climate goals. And so having someone who diligently works toward or owns the city council's goals, climate goals, to the extent that they're relevant to the utility, right? Someone who believes in them and wants to pursue them. I mean, clearly there's a need to just keep the utilities running. So that's a big job in and of itself, but we want this person to also move forward a bunch of initiatives. And then thirdly, oversee the utility finances and ensure transparency and clear communication about the revenues and expenses of the utility. So for me, just having, a year on the commission and seeing the finances, to me, especially the reserves that we have, all the different reserves accounts, it's kind of like funny money. I mean, you got money moving around and it's unclear how much we have in which reserve account. And I just think making it a little bit more clear, like where everybody's money is going when you're paying the utility, and what it's paying for, just to make, you just see people run away on Nextdoor with comments about things being too expensive, and people aren't going to spend that much time looking into it. So I think that making it transparent and easy to understand is actually, just so the community knows what it's paying for, is important.
Thank you.
Mr. Metz?
Yes, thank you. I had one recommendation I'd like to make. First of all, I agree that having operational excellence, financial excellence, obviously is critical. I think where I would suggest strengthening the job description is around what I would call visionary strategic planning. That's basically where CPAU has excelled for a century in terms of having a municipal utility, which, as we've just talked about, is pretty rare. Investing in hydro dams, decades before that was fashionable. having sewers, potable water at a very early time. I think those were all visionary kind of actions when they happened. And we're at another turning point in how electricity is delivered and used. It's a very dynamic time for that. And we're, in the midst of a big grid modernization for $300 million or above that probably. So vision of how we execute that is particularly important. So I think that's number one. And I would say, and maybe this is biased, with deep knowledge in the electrical business, I think that's somewhat more dynamic than some of the other ones, not to minimize those. I mean, all of them are critical. And nobody can know it all, but if I had to pick one, I would probably pick that one. It also, not part of the job description, but raises the importance of having succession plans, having people one level down who are suited to succeed that person. And the one other small comment, it's hard for me to see how somebody could have the insight required without at least engineering degree. How to make some of the decisions that we need to make, particularly in the electric space. It's hard for me to see how you do that without at least a basic engineering degree. But the number one is visionary.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to put my, I'm excited about municipal fiber hat on. I am very excited about municipal fiber. I think the city is in a very exciting place in developing a pilot on municipal fiber. And I think the successful execution of that pilot and a rollout of this brand new utility is going to be very key. And I think it could be a very attractive attribute for a potential candidate to actually develop and bring forth, help bring forth a new utility. So I was wondering if we could see more more attention placed on the fiber to the premises utility. One area, for example, under the purpose of classification, we include the dark fiber telecommunication system. Perhaps we could add in the fiber to the premises utility or the utility pilot. And I was wondering if we could add bullet points concerning the fiber utility under both essential duties and under knowledge, skills, and abilities. Just because I do think that is a key new utility we're building out, and I think it would be very helpful to have a utilities director who has some experience or knowledge of that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Did I miss anyone? All right, I have sort of a long list. The first thing I wanted to say is, I'll start with the simplest one. I don't think possession of a valid California driver's license is a necessity. I think that we might want to hire someone who's from another state. So if a driver's license is a key process, I would probably put down possession of a driver's license, because they may not have a California one when they interview. I say that a little tongue in cheek, but there's a reason I say it. And that brings me to the possession of a bachelor's degree or equivalent in engineering, business, public administration, or a field directly relevant to the management of a utility master's degree. This is a really senior position. I would expect this is not someone out of school 5 years, right? I would expect a super senior position. I would expect someone who's probably got 15, 20 years experience. That's sort of my sense of it. So I actually disagree with Commissioner Metz on having to have an engineering degree. I think it's the person of their whole life experience at that point that comes to bear on it. And, if Alan, I don't know what you majored in, but if he majored in art history or if Dean had, I don't think it matters. And I think we artificially put stuff in here like this. And actually, there's all this stuff about equity, inclusion, and diversity that goes into how we screen people out when we put in certain degree issues like that. So I think you should basically say position of a bachelor's degree. And frankly, I don't even care if they have a bachelor's degree. I mean, what if they came up through the ranks and started out in the, I don't know, working at the facilities section, reading meters or something, and have worked their way up. If that person had the skills and really impressed people, would I really care if they had a bachelor's degree at that level? I mean, it's unlikely, but it could happen. So I'm not sure that's something I'd put in at all, to be honest. But I would definitely not make it so, I don't know what the word is, exclusionary. So that was my thoughts on that. My next series of thoughts are, I think the skills you wrote here were good. I actually do. I think all of them were somewhat important. I've known lots of utilities directors since I was on NCPA, and I knew our prior utilities director in Palo Alto, and I understand the challenges in recruiting a utilities director. I think we were really lucky to have Dean. He has a really interesting combination of understanding the mechanics of things, of how it actually works. He's not, sorry, talk about you, I hope it's positive. He's not super smooth, which I view as a positive. I really do. He's not political. He tells it like it is. And I think, so I would agree with Commissioner Croft's point about moving forward our climate goals. That's obviously really important to the council, the community, and all of that. But what you wouldn't want is you wouldn't want an ideologue. You wouldn't want someone who comes in here and says, I want this job because I want to move our climate goals forward. You want someone who says, our climate goals are really important. We need to move them forward. But yes, what council will often say is aspirational. Council doesn't run a utilities. And someone needs to tell council, and frankly, staff sometimes runs off too aspirational and frankly, and doesn't actually seem to have the focus on what's practical and what's not. And the buck stops with the utilities director. They need to be able to say, this works, this doesn't work, or to make this work, we're going to have to do these things. And then that has to be balanced off against how do we do this in a cost-effective manner, which is really important. You can't let costs run away. It's a tough job, and it's that judgment that I'm looking for in a utilities director. Someone who actually has the guts to say, yeah, I know we want to get this done by 2030, but to do that, you're going to have to invest the following amount of money. You're going to have to do this. These are the things that are going to create to make that happen. And I think those are really hard qualities to find. So, good luck, but that's what I'm looking for. I mean, I think you can, but I really do. I think those are the qualities. It's those leadership qualities that matter. And it's that sound judgment in balancing different issues. And so that's what I'm looking for. All right.
Thank you.
I thought I might just, for the benefit of the commission, just mention a couple things that the finance committee discussed. And the first thing that we said is that this position is absolutely critical, and we have to have sort of the best person in the world. We didn't use the word, but I've been in executive recruiting for about 15 years, and sometimes we talk about this as the unicorn that we have to find. And that's what you all have been describing, starting with Robert. Excuse me. And so we have to invest in getting the unicorn. So what the finance committee said is shoot very high and come back to us if you need a $10 more a month salary. We have to finance the right guy. And I mean that cross gender. And then the second thing that we emphasize is kind of what Commissioner Metz was talking about, which is that this has to be somebody who has done and wants to do big new projects. This is not a maintenance person that's going to come in and just kind of keep the trains running and keep the electricity on. This is somebody who has to look out ahead with the help of staff and tackle some big things, which we hope will be an advantage, will be an incentive for that unicorn to want to come here and do that, because they aren't just doing maintenance. We've got massive challenges, as was mentioned, 300 million investment. So, and then the last thing is that following in the footstep of the predecessor of this new person, you've got to be a bulldog on recruiting targets, because that's classically been a problem that, our current director stepped up and tackled. But we can't get anything done if we don't have the people to do the jobs. So somebody who's really got sort of a demonstrative track record in that is another item. So just kind of a flavor of where Finance Committee was.
All right, go ahead.
I just to make your recommendation more concrete on the experience, I was actually had the same reaction to the minimum qualifications description being too short and not quite, not as reflecting a senior person as I think we need. So maybe you have something like a 20-year target in there. I have seen job descriptions with that kind of, I don't think it's unheard of to see those. So I think I would make it more realistic in terms of how much experience we need that person to have. And I think 20 would be a good target.
I do have a question on minimum qualifications. Does this act as a gating function on the type of candidate pool that we can look at?
Thank you, Councilmember. Nick Raish again, Assistant Director of Human Resources. Appreciate that. To some extent, minimum qualifications are meant to set a floor for applicants. However, as has been alluded to by several of the commissioners, all those pieces together are taken to determine if someone is qualified. So to work off of Chair Scharf's example, if you had someone who has 25 or 30 years of experience working their way up through every rank within a utility, from being a line person to a supervisor to a division manager to a director somewhere else, but they don't have a very specific degree we had cited in our MQs, we would look at that equivalent experience and say, okay, this is a really well qualified individual, independent of whether they specifically checked a certain box. So we use the wording and or equivalent experience in order to allow the recruiting team, based on the feedback you all give us, that finance gives us, and that the workforce gives us, to make sure we're targeting someone that has all the skill set. But it gives us base level guidance.
And I think, having had a little experience recruiting unicorns, to cast a wide net is necessary, because again, if you start tightening and saying we need X years of experience in this degree, the outlier perfect person may be slightly outside that box. So again, I'm sure you know this from experience, keep the net wide, and maybe that person comes around who only has 10 years of experience, but has just been killing it, or doesn't have the degree, but has 20 years of experience and is really the right person.
Thank you. Good point.
I realize that this may be adjacent as an item, but and if it's irrelevant, I can table it. But I think it would be helpful to get a better understanding of process and timing, as well as plans for any interim utilities director or acting utilities director, so that we can anticipate how quickly this transition is likely to happen.
I can ask Nick and Tina to weigh in on timing and the current thought process, and then obviously those will be, I'm sure, ambitious goals, and we can talk about contingencies thereafter.
Yeah, and ambitious would be the right word, Kylie. So in terms of timing, we are currently working on the marketing brochure. To get the last pieces of input, we'll be able to finish that piece. Once that piece is open, we'll be able to or when it's done, we'll be able to open the recruitment. Holidays always make things complicated, and that will certainly be the case here. So our goal, as the staff report indicated, will be to open the recruitment in November. Again, with the holidays in there, that will complicate our timeline for capturing. When we're looking for the unicorn, as everyone has affectionately said, we know that we are going to have to get the attention of candidates. So besides, everyone else being distracted during that time, our potential candidates will also be a little bit tougher for us to reach. So we want to have a significant amount of time for us to be able to do that. So typically 30 days is the amount of time that we're looking for. having some flexibility around that because of the holidays would be ideal. Because when folks are gone for the week of Thanksgiving, or we start looking around the end of the year, we recognize that it's really difficult to reach people. So that's what we're up against with the timing. But I think we're very close to having our marketing materials ready. That puts us in a really good position, because that can actually be the toughest piece, is to write that beautiful, what you're been looking at as a job description. What we're working on developing is something that's a marketing material that talks about these characteristics in a way that doesn't read like a job description.
And I'll just add a little bit of detail on what that process entails. So during that, 5-week to 6-week period, Tina and Terry and their recruitment team doesn't just post this brochure on their site and our site and wait for candidates to come them. They do active sourcing. So that includes letter writing and mailers to the 1,000 or so people they already have identified who are within this field. That includes actively calling people who are currently utilities directors other places and telling them about how amazing and great and exciting the Palo Alto opportunity is and why they should leave theirs to come to ours. So they work the ground to make sure that candidates are not only seeing our brochure, seeing our opportunity, but actively getting into our process. And then once that process closes, their team does the initial screening, where they look at everyone's qualifications, their experience, their education, and their training, and they might select a top 20 and do 45-minute to 60-minute supplemental interviews where they go through questions based on all the feedback we've received from this commission, from Finance Committee, and through our survey of the employees. And through that, we develop a supplemental questionnaire that they walk through with them to figure out who of those are the top candidates to invite to panel interviews, and then eventually final round interviews with the city manager's office.
Thank you, Nick. That's wonderful, wonderful overview of the process. And we've already started talking about the position.
Yeah, is this like, are we talking 3 months? Are we talking 6 months? Are we talking 9 months? Like,
Yeah. I mean, and ultimately it will depend. Typically executive recruitments take, I would say, at least 6 months. Obviously we're partway through this. We've done a lot of the prep work, though. Obviously, one of the messages I heard from the Finance Committee actually was find the right person. So don't rush it, basically. So if we find throughout the process that 6 months is not enough time, it's more important for us to find the right person than to just get someone in the seat. So that was one of the pieces of feedback I heard from the committee. And in that instance, obviously, to your point, we'll then need to consider interims. Dean's last day with the city is obviously going to be around the holidays. And so amongst city manager's office staff, as well as with utility staff, we'll have to look to ensure we cover the necessary duties during that absence.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I think, go ahead.
One more question for me. Once we have candidates in mind, are there going to be follow-up process with Utility Advisory Commission?
Good question. I think what we can commit to perhaps is keeping the commission apprised of where we're at in the recruitment process. And either myself or Ed can probably come back at some of your regularly scheduled meetings as we know more.
I personally also would like to see the brochure when it's available. So if you could distribute that to the UAC, it would be appreciated.
Sure.
All right, anyone else? Well, thank you very much, Tina. Very much appreciated you coming.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing this to us. That was great.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Now on to our next order of business is discussion with the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, BOSCA, CEO General Manager Nicole Sandukla. BOSCA overview, regional water use and efficiency, and San Francisco Public Utilities Commission water supply reliability investments. Welcome. So good to see you again.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be here. Good evening, Commissioner Scharf, Commissioners. As mentioned, my name is Nicole Sankula. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for BOSCA. Thank you for inviting me here tonight to talk about BOSCA, the work we're doing to address the critical water supply issues that Palo Alto has and our other 25 member agencies. So I have some slides if you want to put them up. You can go to the next one.
Nicole, can I say one word before you start?
Yes, you may.
I just wanted to give a little bit of context. We have a number, we don't talk about water as often as we talk about some of the other utilities with the UAC. And we do have a couple of items coming to you from Palo Alto staff after the first of the year regarding water. We are also aware that there was an interest in hearing from Nicole and Steve Ritchie with the SFPUC. And so this is an opportunity to really get some of that background information from the folks who are the experts at those agencies and make sure that the UAC has a chance to get those questions answered that you might have, so that when we come back with some very Palo Alto specific items that you already have that background information. So with that, again, let me turn it back over to Nicole.
Thanks, Carla. My apologies for jumping ahead of you. So let's go to the next slide. So I always start with this because I think it's important. It's like, what is a BOSCA? And really, BOSCA is a special district. We were formed in 2003 by the state legislature at the urging of elected officials and others in the service area, including your former council member, Bern Beecham, was very actively involved in BOSCA's formation in 2003. BOSCA is actually responsible for representing the interests of the 26 wholesale customers in San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Alameda counties, and their 1.8 million residents and over 40,000 businesses that they serve. And the connection between them is that they all rely on water supply from the San Francisco Regional Water System to meet their customers' needs. This includes the city of Palo Alto, with its over 68,000 residents. You rely on the regional water system for 100% of your potable water supply. In fiscal year 22-23, you actually purchased over 3 billion gallons of water from the regional water system, or an average of 8.63 million gallons of water per day. And on behalf of all these water users, BOSCA's goal is a reliable supply of high quality water at a fair price. Next slide. Here's a map showing the location of BOSCA's 26 member agencies. BOSCA is actually governed by a 26-member board of directors. For Palo Alto, it's Mayor Greer Stone was appointed to the board in March 2023. Next slide. The regional water system stretches across the entire width of California, starting with the headwaters of the Tuolumne River, where 85% of the supply comes from. Water is stored in Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, and then the water supply is conveyed by gravity to the Bay Area. Along the way, the regional water system picks up supply from the East Bay watersheds and the Peninsula watersheds that amount to about 15% of the supply delivered. In total, the regional water system includes 7 major reservoirs and 3 hydropower plants. Next slide. This graphic shows the breakdown of how the BOSCA agencies actually meet the needs of their customers. So their water supply by source, if you will. And again, this is for fiscal year 22-23. I'll just note these data come from our annual survey that BOSCA produces every year. So we are actually in the process of collecting last fiscal year's data right now. So 22-23 is our most recent data. In total, the BOSCA agencies delivered nearly 177 million gallons of water per day to their customers. And of that, 68.8% of it was San Francisco supply. Generally, year over year, the BOSCA agencies purchase roughly 2/3 of the water that is developed through the San Francisco Regional Water System. The remaining third is sold in the city. And in exchange for these purchases, the BOSCA agencies pay 2/3 of the cost to operate the regional water system. Essentially, we pay in proportion to the use. This relationship between Bosque agencies in San Francisco is actually governed by a contract called the Water Supply Agreement. One of Bosca's major tasks is to ensure that the wholesale customers pay only their fair share of the regional water system costs to San Francisco in accordance to that water supply agreement. I have one staff person whose major task, her job, is to audit those books every year and each and every one of those costs. Over the past 19 years, Bosca's reviews have resulted in a total of $47.2 million of savings directly to the wholesale customers and your water users. Next slide. This graph shows the history of total water use by the Bosque agencies since 1975-76, the oldest data that we have. The left side legend and the blue solid bars show total use in million gallons of water per day. The right side legend and orange lines show total population. The region has been subject to several extended drought periods, including 2 recently, and those are shown in those light blue bars. During each drought period, you'll notice that water demand reduces significantly, and there's a slow rebound period. And this is seen throughout the region. These drought reductions and resulting long-term conservation effects are due to investments by water customers and local water agencies. Things like encouraging water changing behavior, rebates, policy changes like the plumbing codes, and state legislation. The result has been that there's 32% less water use today compared to 1986, despite a 34% population increase. Next slide. So what do these significant savings mean on a per person basis? So this graph shows that same time period, and it shows water use on a per person basis. Overall, since the peak use in 75-76, the average resident has reduced their daily water use by 52%. In fiscal year 22-23, during the most recent drought, the average person in the Bosque region used 55 gallons per person per day. During that same year, the average Palo Alto resident used 71. These numbers are well below what was thought to be readily achievable prior to this last drought, and really is forcing us to rethink what our demands are, what our demands should be looking at into the future. And as a result, Bosque has initiated a new project to update the demand projections for the entire region, all 26 agencies, to better inform the long-term planning efforts for everyone. These new demand projections will be available to inform the Bosque agencies and San Francisco's planning efforts, including updated urban water management plans and San Francisco's alternative water supply plan. Next slide. Now shifting a little bit from water conservation to capital work. At the same time the law was passed enabling the formation of Bosque, the state also passed a law requiring San Francisco to fix its earthquake vulnerable regional water system. The resulting water system improvement program contains 43 projects designed to ensure that the system will continue to provide water following an earthquake. Bosque continues to provide oversight of this state mandated program, which is now 99% complete and is scheduled to be completed in June 2032. There are 2 remaining projects. There's a regional groundwater conjunctive use project in the northern part of San Mateo County, as well as an Alameda Creek recapture project over in the Alameda watershed. The full WISIP cost of $4.788 billion is fully ratepayer funded, including your residents in Palo Alto. Recently, state legislation was passed that ensures continuing state oversight of WISIP through January 2036. Together, these WISIP projects ensure that the regional water system that we all rely upon will continue to meet and provide water following an earthquake, in particular, meeting minimum day water use within 24 hours after an earthquake and normal water use within 30 days. Those represent a significant commitment by all of our customers for reliability. Next slide. But the need to invest and reinvest in the regional water system doesn't stop with WISIP. WISIP was certainly a large collection of projects designed for a particular purpose, but just like your home, regular maintenance Targeted updates and sometimes new additions are needed to ensure a reliable operation. The PUC's current 10-year capital plan identifies and prioritizes capital improvements for the regional water system. On behalf of the water users and its member agencies, BOSCA has an oversight role on this as well. The member agencies have charged BOSCA with ensuring that San Francisco can meet its contractual and legal obligations to the wholesale customers for its water supply. As such, BOSCA works on San Francisco's capital plan, and we focus on evaluating the scope, the schedule, and the cost of the proposed capital projects, and evaluating how they help San Francisco or not meet its level of service obligations to you. Recent increases to the capital plan reflect the initiation of some important investments, things like investing in the moccasin pen stocks, which are original pieces of the original structure that are critical to the conveyance of water supply. Investments in their operations facility in Millbrae that needs to make sure it can be maintained and operated and functioning for the workforce, and new alternative water supplies. In each case, BOSCA is actively involved in understanding the project need and identifying alternative solutions to ensure that the PUC can meet its obligations to you. Next slide. Independently and together, BOSCA, its member agencies, and the PUC are taking action to ensure reliable water supply for the customers. Importantly, BOSCA agencies want to be sure that the regional water system that they rely upon meets all these obligations, right? Each of the agencies you, Palo Alto, rely upon that system. You rely on the fact that the PUC's water is reliable, it's there when you need it, but you also expect that they're going to do the investments that they need to do to make sure that happens. Those are the activities that we are engaged in to make sure that that happens. We're also engaged in actively in long-term planning studies, including our long-term reliable water supply strategy, as well as the demand projections that I talked about previously. Next slide. So just kind of in closing, BOSCA works together with its member agencies, really focusing on these obligations that it has as set forth by the state legislation and the obligations that each of you have asked of BOSCA to do on your behalf. Looking at making sure the right investments are made in our water supply system to ensure the reliable supply of high quality water today and into the future. These studies that we're doing today will provide that technical and financial data to support timely action, right? One of the difficult things with water supply projects is they take a long time and they need a lot of information. So we are in a lot of the data collecting, if you will, right now. I want to thank you very much for inviting me here. This concludes my planned remarks, but I certainly can answer any questions that you might have.
Well, why don't we go to the public first?
Okay.
And then thank you very much for that presentation.
Here, Dreckmeyer.
Good evening, Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. Wanted to share a few slides with you. 2 years ago, BOSCA did their most recent demand study, and they did a good thing. They included a sensitivity analysis. So in this slide, what you see is they looked at 5 different scenarios.
Slides are not up yet.
This one here. Yes.
Okay, everybody see it? Great. Okay, so the sensitivity analysis looked at 5 different scenarios and looked at issues like in the top row there, population and finance and jobs growth. And you'll see scenario A there in a box. It used Plan Bay Area projections, which are quite controversial, adding 2 million people to the Bay Area by 2050. But those are the ones that are included in the urban water management plan. So growth of about 1% per year. And then over on the right there, scenario E uses California Department of Finance projections, which have always been the standard bearer for jobs and population growth. And it's about half. Could I have the next slide, please? And you see these factors make a big difference. So by 2045, scenario A, demand would be 254 million gallons per day. And scenario E would be only 204. Now, as pointed out, 2/3 of the Bosca water comes from the SFPUC. So full demand comparable to these numbers in 2000 was 205 in 2020. So we're looking at flat water demand despite population growth. Next slide. Water demand has always been inflated. The projections have been off considerably. This is the red bars here are what were projected in 2000. And then the combined blue and green bars are actual demand sales. Next. Here's another way to look at it. For the last 10 years, water demand has been under 200 million gallons per day. Quite remarkable. Next. So this alternative water supply plan, we think it's a huge mistake, and we think it's very political. It's really aimed at justifying the SFPUC and Bosca's opposition to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. What you see here is on the left is a projection for how much alternative water supply would be needed if the Bay Delta plan is implemented and the Bosca customers max out their individual supply guarantees. So for example, Palo Alto would move from I think we heard 8.5 million gallons per day to 16.5 million gallons per day. And all the other agencies are doing that too. On the right is demand. So this is based on Plan Bay Area, Urban Water Management Plan projections, and the design drought, which I won't have time to go into right now. And we always ask, the SFPUC itself says this is the outside envelope. And I gave you a link to a report where they say that. What are the bookends? What's the low end of what we're looking at? What's the sensitivity analysis? They've never come up with that. My guess is it would probably be at the high end, 25 million gallons per day. And when we're looking at an investment of $17 to $25 billion on top of the current budget with double rates, we really need to get to the bottom of how much alternative water supply we might really need. Thank you.
Peter, if you need another minute or so, you're welcome to it. I was just going to tell you.
Well, if I took a minute, I'd probably take an hour.
Okay.
But I do want to say, I think it would be very interesting for you to have a workshop sometime. We would love to come present information. I've been working on these issues for 17 years. Dave has done incredible analysis. We offer to give presentations to Bosca all the time, but it's like, no, we don't like inconvenient truths. But a lot is at stake here. We're talking, rates have just skyrocketed over the last few years. And they're going to, double in probably 20 years. So let's get ahead of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Sharp,
Yes.
are we allowed to ask questions of these citizen speakers?
You definitely are.
Then may I ask?
Let's first.
Later.
Why don't we do it later? Let's
Sure.
get through all the other people, and then
Yeah.
we can come to questions and answers of everyone. Do we have any other public speakers?
Dave Warner.
Thank you, and I'll be quick. I just want two things. I first want to thank Ms. Sankula for her service. As you probably know, she's retiring here shortly, and we've been fortunate to have her. The second thing is Bosca's goals, I think, are, if I say it right, a reliable, high-quality water supply at a fair price. And the one thing I clarify, given my focus on these remarkably high costs, and I will say we pay the highest wholesale water price, I think, of any major water agency in California. Fair price, I believe, means to Bosca fair share, that we shouldn't pay more than our fair share of what it costs to operate the regional water system. But it is not something where we try to hold the costs down on an absolute basis. And so that's something, I would hope we change, because right now we're just, spending a fortune on our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers or anyone on the?
If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 3, please press *9 on your phone now. No hands raised.
All right, with that, we'll close the public comment. And we'll come to the commission. You can ask questions of Nicole, staff, or, any of the public speakers if you wish. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, would it be possible for Bosca representative, I apologize, I don't remember your last name, to speak a little bit about the contract that we have with SFPUC? What exactly is the duration of the contract? And since we're sharing the cost, what is kind of the ownership structure and their obligation to us long-term? So when I think through this, I think of, scenario planning. Long-term drought, of course, is our next presentation. But what happens when things get really bad? What are the obligations? I am curious if you could describe the contractual agreement a bit.
I will, and I'll try to keep it tight. The current contract is actually your second regional contract you've had with San Francisco. The first one was signed in 1984, and it was actually the result of settlement of the lawsuit that the city of Palo Alto, along with then other suburban customers, brought to San Francisco for capricious rate making. Through that lawsuit and the eventual settlement came the 84 settlement contract, and also the guaranteed rights for supply assurance, right? So Palo Alto, the collective wholesale customers that were part of that litigation, have a right in perpetuity for water from the regional water system of 184 million gallons of water per day. So that's what you got in perpetuity. The contract sets into place how do you pay for that in accordance to your rights as essentially an equal customer. And so the contract, that especially the 84 contract, was an allocation of costs. And it, very clearly tracks water use and proportional water use, and essentially sets up a paradigm where you pay in proportion to your use compared to San Francisco, wholesale customers compared to San Francisco. In that contract, it also assured you that you would have a share of water during droughts. One of the first things I did when I came on board, I've been with the agency 25 years, I actually I was with the predecessor organization, is I negotiated the first drought plan between San Francisco and its wholesale customers that took the language from the contract and made it more concrete. And it said, here is exactly how we will share droughts during drought years. There's a secondary plan that also now shows how the wholesale customers share their share as well. So the contract addresses droughts and costs. It also requires that San Francisco now, as we move to the 2009 contract, that they provide you water that meets drinking water standards as well. And a level of service for droughts, which is, rationing of no more than 20% system-wide, is a goal, if you will. Obviously, we can never guarantee that we wouldn't have more than 20% rationing, but it's an attempt to goal, and it codifies things like the level of service goals, which you're going to pay for, are in that contract. The contract is a 25-year contract, so it was signed in 2009, so its first expiration will be in 2034. We have had a couple amendments since 2009, and in fact, you will be seeing one shortly in the coming months, which will be a renegotiation of that drought allocation among the wholesale customers.
And what about the question about ownership?
Yes, so the San Francisco built and operates the system. The language, for example, on requiring San Francisco to fix the regional water system very clearly said nothing in this bill changes the ownership of that system. However, in the litigation that Palo Alto and others brought forth, the assertion was that the Raker Act, which gives San Francisco, the federal act that gives San Francisco the authority to build water facilities in a federal park, that granted San Francisco that authority. The wholesale customers have argued that they also were granted that authority along with San Francisco. And in some ways, that's the basis for the supply assurance guarantee, right? So we don't own the system, but we have a guaranteed right to water from that system. And beyond that, we'd have to bring a lawyer in. That's so.
Commissioner Tusher? Did you have?
Sure. Well, first, Ms. Sankula, thank you for coming to speak with us. Especially, I'm new on the commission, and in my first meeting, we discussed One Water with all the implications around Alta Water development and very costly scenarios that we in Palo Alto might consider. So this is very timely. Thank you. Could you comment perhaps on some of the things we heard after you spoke, after you presented, this question of fair pricing and fair share versus we've seen information that our wholesale prices, which I think are nearly $2,500 an acre foot, are the highest in California. Maybe you could comment on comparable, our pricing in general compared to California. I believe it's been almost a 10x increase, a doubling in pricing over 10 years.
Right.
And this question of fair share versus fair price.
Let me see if I can tackle that. Mr. Warner is right in that as Bosca originally stepped out the door, right, in 2002, and really from our history, because of the contract and this idea that we pay proportional to use, a reliable supply of high quality water at a fair price. FAIR really was focused on making sure you pay your fair share, right? Not an insignificant task or result to the water customers as far as benefits received. We have continued to grow as an agency, and I think the wholesale customers have continued to grow in their expectations as San Francisco has invested in projects, right? We've seen the last 20 years where we've had the water system improvement program investments, and since then, capital investments. So the charge that Bosca takes now is, and it's not on a rate side per se, and I'll talk about that, but rather, are you paying, is what San Francisco wants to put in the rate base, is that the right thing, given the regional water system and the directive that the wholesale customers have had to make sure that San Francisco meets its obligations, both contractually and legally, to you for your water customers. So I'll give you an example of this. Let's see, it was about 11 years ago. One of the major singular pipelines going from Hetchy to deliver water, it's a tunnel, Mountain Tunnel, original tunnel to the system. It had been having deterioration issues on the inside. Because it was a single conduit, couldn't be taken out of service, but we knew there was issues, and the question was, well, what do we do about it? And I think it was within my first couple months as CEO, I got called up to San Francisco to meet with then general manager, Steve Ritchie was there, I believe, and the question was, we've got this issue with Mountain Tunnel, and the engineers are saying the best alternative is a new tunnel up in the stairs, in the mountains, and that new tunnel is going to take a long time to build. And we're going to remain at risk through this whole thing. And we hope you're going to be on board with this, Nicole Bosca. And, we stepped out of the room and I wasn't. That just did not make any sense. And so ensued a series of technical, persuasive, political conversations between me and the commission at every level. And the PUC engaged, and they brought on a technical advisory panel to come up with an alternative solution, whereby it was a repair of the existing tunnel. You may recall that for the last 5 years, Hetchy system is shut down in the middle of winter at Christmas. Well, that's why it's shut down. is so they can do repairs at Mountain Tunnel, right? So we were an advocate, a very, very strong advocate to an alternative that was in your financial best interest and your water reliability best interests, right? So that's how we tackle these things. Another similar project is on deck with the moccasin penstocks, which are again, a single conduit where water comes through, coming down Priest grade, and they are original as well, and they need repair, right? So this is where we engage to work on particular projects as they consider going into the capital plan.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah.
may I ask more to put a point on it? Is it fair or correct to say that our price at around 2,500 acre foot is the highest in?
I don't know that that's fair. When looking at water rates, you have to look at that $2,500 acre foot price is a price that is not subsidized by property taxes or anything else, right? That is exactly what you pay San Francisco, and that's exactly what the cost of the water is. In other water systems, that is not necessarily the case. You don't have to go very far. You just have to go down to Santa Clara Valley Water District. The price of water that they charge their wholesalers is offset by the property tax that they collect within the county for their state water project charges. Most agencies that rely upon the state water project, including, Metropolitan Water District and others, they do that, right? But those charges are not reflected when you ask them about the cost of water. They're conveniently forgotten. So it's not a one-to-one thing.
Oh, thank you.
Can I also add, just on a staff level, so the water district, if you look at their projections in the future with the changes and upgrades they need to make to their dams and systems, there's going to actually be projected to exceed San Francisco's costs in the future, both in their treated water and groundwater pumping charges. So there are other factors involved and associated with that. So I just want to put that in context.
Are you saying that Palo Alto, as well as Bosca, does financial review of SFPUC CapEx in all of these areas? And you talked earlier about having a dedicated person who does
Yes.
review of every expense and so forth, but are we evaluating all CapEx based on affordability criteria, cost per acre foot, that sort of thing? Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I am saying. I don't know. That's not what Alan does either.
Excuse me, let me clarify. So what I was trying to get some context to is the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also a supplier in Santa Clara County, not to us per se, is also looking at wholesale rate increases to pay for their infrastructure improvements as well. It does not take into account affordability, those aspects. This is the cost for them to reinvest in the infrastructure and to provide service to their wholesale customers.
And what I was saying was Bosca actively engages in reviewing San Francisco's capital plan and provides input and comment, not just when it's adopted, but throughout the development process and implementation process to ensure that the resulting projects are the best projects to meet the identified level of service goals and ensure San Francisco can meet its contractual and legal obligations to you.
We should probably let others ask questions. I'll simply say that in asking about price, I think I still want to acknowledge water is a precious resource. You got to pay for it. And still it's, I think, our obligation to ask these cost and pricing questions.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
With all respect.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Good.
First of all, thank you for your service and enjoy retirement.
Thank you.
I want to make sure I understand the institutional setup. The San Francisco Water, it basically has two customers, San Francisco and Bosca. Is that the case? I mean, Bosca considered
No,
collectively?
no, it's, Bosca does not have a contract with San Francisco. So
No, I meant go ahead.
yeah, no, so San Francisco has 26 wholesale customers that are under the Bosca umbrella, under a single contract. They also do, San Francisco, and then you'll recall because you were in the tour, they do sell water to other suburban customers throughout the service area that are either holdovers, from the past kind of, or otherwise because of location near the pipelines.
Right. I think what I'm getting at is trying to understand the decision-making process and the leverage that Bosca potentially has. I understand that, yes, you look at the capital decisions, but ultimately the city of San Francisco is the ultimate decision maker that they report to, correct?
Yes, the city, it is the SFPUC is in their department of the city of San Francisco. So they have the authority as a kind of, as you are, like their department within the city. They are the authority. It is the way the contract reads is that for actions that they take to meet their contractual obligations to you, there is not an approval authority from any of the wholesale customers or Bosca. All you can do is interject and intervene and try to persuade them to get them in the direction you want. If they move to make investments beyond the current 184 supply obligation to you, then that changes the engagement, right? Then that is a different kind of discussion with different rules. But within the 184, they are within their right to do whatever they need to do to meet that obligation. So Bosca's goal is to make sure it's the best choice possible.
Through persuasion.
Yeah. And I mean, I speak to their commission on a routine basis. I speak to the general manager, their commissioners, elected officials, others.
So, and if it's something that's going beyond the 184, so I can see the need to supply the 184 per the contract. So they say we have to do this in order to meet the contract, and presumably you have input, and like with the tunnel, you say we don't really have to do that. We could do something else. Going, and if it's some kind of state mandate, like what goes on at the Tesla station, that also presumably Bosca doesn't have any say about, but if they're doing something that would increase the capacity beyond the 184, then what is there in Bosca that, or in the contract that would provide something different in terms of oversight?
Yes, so it's been a while since I've looked at that language, but my recollection is that it requires a separate, like there's an agreement, the idea of an agreement about what that would be and the cost allocation of it, right? Because it may not necessarily be the same. So there's language in the contract that opens that up for further negotiation. To date, San Francisco has not indicated, at least for now, that it wants to provide anything more than 184.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question getting to cost? We have our annual report review a little later tonight, and so I'm not sure who wants to answer this question, but we do have a comparison to multiple other cities, so Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Redwood City, Mountain View, Santa Clara, and Hayward. And our prices here in Palo Alto are, I want to say, about 50% more than Hayward, which apparently gets 100% of its water from Hetch Hetchy. So can we hear a little bit about the source of that variability in cost? And I know we're hearing a presentation on the cost of the water to all of us customers, but there's huge variability to the end customer, and I'd love to understand what causes that. And why Palo Alto is so high.
So as I heard your question, it was mostly about Hayward and other agencies where there's variability in how the price that customers pay for the water that comes from Hetch Hetchy. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm now understanding that I think we're all under a similar price contract with SFPUC. And given that we're all paying the same price, why are our prices within our cities all so variable?
Yeah, and when we do that comparison that you're looking at in the quarterly report, we compare to a series of agencies that a Palo Alto resident might instinctively compare themselves to a neighbor in a different city. And we use that same comparison group across all of our utilities, electric, gas, water, wastewater, so that we can show in our budget and in our materials a consistent comparison group. Two of the agencies in that comparison group, Hayward and Redwood City, do get 100% of their water from SFPUC. I think you may have alluded to that. And but the reason for the difference for the other agencies is because they either mix their SFPUC water with another source, or have an entirely different source of water. When you look at the variability between Palo Alto and Hayward, and actually, we did a benchmarking study in about 2020 and came and presented on that to the UAC. And what we found in that study is that we compared ourselves to a lot of other Bay Area agencies that get 100% Hetch Hetchy water. That's not necessarily in our typical comparison group. Most of those agencies are smaller than Palo Alto and have higher rates. The only two that have lower rates are Hayward and Redwood City. So we do like to compare ourselves to other agencies that provide low rates and look for ways to improve the rates that we're offering to our customers. And what we found in that benchmarking study was that the gap between Palo Alto and Hayward and Redwood City has been narrowing over time. Back in like 2009 type time period, our rates were like 60% higher than Hayward. And now our rates are about 10% higher than the average of Redwood City and Hayward at median usage levels, but a little bit like 2 or 3% higher than those other agencies at low and high usage levels. And we also found in that study that, you know, operating costs was part of the reason for the difference, but another reason for the difference is that Palo Alto does have consistently good and appropriate levels of capital investment in the water system. And that does contribute to the higher rates. So those are some of the factors that we found in this study.
So would you summarize that as mainly maintenance cost? I mean, cost of maintaining the system within the city? I mean, it looks like it's a little bit more than single, 10% difference. Like if I see the annual in Hayward is 85 and ours is 113 for the annual median. I do see Redwood City is similar.
Yeah, I'd say there's a couple of things. One is operating costs, capital costs, but also rate design can be different. And so at the particular level that we're showing, which is the median usage level of 8 or 9 CCF in Palo Alto, we're the greatest difference to those cities. And if you look at low usage levels and high usage levels, the rate design can be different across the cities. But we follow the recommendations of our cost of service study. Every few years, we look at our cost of service study. We closely examine the costs and revenues, and we charge our customers in accordance with those costs of service.
I'm going to follow up with that, if that's all right, because I think you're asking a really important question. The question is this, is that we both get our water from Hetch Hetchy. Why is Hayward 20% less? And I'm actually not comfortable with the response from staff. The response I'm hearing is because they don't invest in their infrastructure in the way we do is one of the things. And then you said rate design. Well, if they're designing their rates in a better way where everyone gets cheaper water, I mean, I guess I don't understand. I don't understand why they would have cheaper water if we all pay the same wholesale cost. Are we over-investing? Are we doing our rate designing correctly? Are we getting benefits in some way for that extra cost that's not captured? I mean, and maybe you don't know off the top of your head, but it's a really good question of why that's true. And I mean, if you don't know now, I'm happy to have you come back and tell us, but I really would like to know the answer to that.
It's actually a really complex question to compare across cities in these different cost categories. We've done 2 or 3 previous benchmarking efforts with outside consultants, internal staff, trying to do these comparisons across cities. And because some cities can get revenue from different sources, they categorize their departments differently. They don't necessarily, you can't really compare one to the other. But I will say this, when I said rate design, I also mean things like in Hayward, they have growth in non-residential. They have, in discussions with some of their staff, I understand they have, a new school, new parks, and so they can get some additional revenue from that growth that can influence some of their rates a little
Is
bit.
that because they're selling more, they're buying more water? I mean,
They're
why is that they have
growing, yeah,
more-
their water, Palo Alto. Mhm.
They're selling more water and therefore, but if we're.
But a lot of the costs are fixed.
On their system, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying they use a lot more water than Palo Alto does?
No, they don't use a lot more per person. I'm just talking about the trend over time where they have different customer usage and different customer growth over time than Palo Alto, both on the residential and non-residential side. But the rates that you're looking at, I think, are primarily on the residential side. Yet we're happy to look at it further, but it is a very complex question that does not have a simple answer.
You know, if there is a way to come back, and you don't have to, and if you could just email us and say, you know, this is why. Good. And if it's really that complicated and you can't tell us why, the question is it worth spending the time to figure out? I mean, frankly, what Menlo Park does or buys from somebody else doesn't seem that relevant. Whereas when you look at some of the other Bosca agencies, if they can do it a lot cheaper, I mean, it's very curious as to why they can't.
Yeah, so we can do a follow-up with the city of Hayward. I believe Alex Ameri is still the director over there, actually in Public Works. So we can do an outreach with Mr. Ameri. And
doesn't he live in Palo Alto?
He does.
He does.
Wasn't he on our commission?
He
for a
was.
while?
He was.
That was my recollection.
He was. So he's not that far. In a former life, I did work with him on his city's master plan. So I'd be more than happy to reconnect with him and have that discussion on some of those differences. There are differences between the two cities in terms of their makeup, in terms of their compaction of their areas. They might have a lot more industrial and commercial use, so that is helpful. So there is some differences between the cities, and that could be a part of it. But it's something we, the staff, could follow up and bring back to you just so you have that perspective.
All right, no, thank you.
So I think maybe the official follow-up portion of it would be probably next month, if we can get the information, because we're going to be talking about preliminary rates next month. And so we'll be talking about comparisons for all the utility portions of it. So we will try to get that information so we can provide it to the commission.
Thanks.
Maybe when we do that, and I don't want to extend this discussion too much, we could also, maybe a little bit against what Chair Scharf was suggesting, also look at some comparable communities that are not Bosca members, like, I don't know, Menlo Park, San Carlos, something like that. I mean, again, I understand that, you know, the Bosca members, we can look and say they're getting water more or less at the same cost, but I would be interested in those benchmarks as well, since those are communities that people will also be looking at. Because I notice that now all the benchmark is against Bosca members.
And those agencies are all Bosca served agencies as well.
They're
So
not
pretty much,
Bosca members, but they're,
well, San Carlos is served by Cal Water,
yes.
right? And Menlo Park is served by Cal Water, and Menlo Park, and actually a private water district too, O'Connor Tract. So just.
But is there a reason we should not benchmark against them?
No, but you were worried that they weren't that you thought they weren't Bosca agencies, so they're.
No, I know,
Yeah.
I know they're not
Yeah.
Bosca.
No,
That's
they
why I
are-
want,
they
that's
are.
why I wanted to benchmark against them. Great.
They are.
Yes.
May I ask of the speaker, Peter Dreckmeyer,
You may.
a follow-up? You made the point, this is going to switch from cost and pricing to demand projections, and you made the point that it sounds like historically, the SFPUC has, I think you said, have consistently over-projected or over-forecast what demand is going to be. We've also seen data that consumption per household in Palo Alto, and I think all over Northern California, has dropped dramatically over decades. Are you saying that, do I understand you correctly, that demand projections are always high, and does that affect this 92 million gallons a day gap that you spoke of? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, if you look at the projections from the 70s and 80s, they were projecting demand today would be 400 to 450 million gallons per day, more than twice what it is. And so a lot of the thinking actually goes back to the period right after the 87 to 92 drought. So going into that, demand was 290. And again, it's been under 200 for the last 10 years.
Sorry, the 200 is for all of Bosco?
It's for the regional service area, which is San Francisco and Bosco. Right, right. And, you know, the PUC did a good thing. They created a water first policy after the 6-year drought of record, which basically favors water supply over hydro, because before they were trying to generate as much hydro as possible to generate revenue. And we got into some trouble during that drought. That's when they came up with the design drought, which combines two of the worst droughts on record to create a mega drought, which worked its way into this alternative water supply plan. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. Could you repeat your question? I got a little sidetracked.
Well, so drought, when you talk about mega drought or design drought, I think of that as being on the supply side. I'm asking about the demand
Yeah.
side, where your earlier statement seemed to be they consistently overproject demand.
Yeah, so we finally got a couple of commissioners to ask them, why do we have these two sets of books? We have our water enterprise demand projections that make it into the urban water management plan, and then everything's based on that. And we have our finance bureau that does sales projections. And so they asked for a report on comparing the two to actuals, and it took a long time, but the SFPC did do a good report, and they found that both departments overprojected, but finance was a lot closer. Now, their finance bureau is projecting water sales in 2045 are going to be 207 million gallons per day. And the water enterprise is projecting 244. So it's a 37 MGD difference. Now, 92 MGD would cost 17 billion. So you're looking at shaving off more than a third of that just by looking at their own sales projections. And in the report, they say sales projections are as close as accurate as we can make them, because otherwise, if you're over projecting, you don't sell as much water, there's a deficit. Now, one of the commissioners who requested that comparison was Nusha Ajami, who was at Stanford Woods Institute for a while. And then a year ago, she asked the question.
She's in San Francisco?
She was on the SFPUC, but didn't get reappointed, which was shocking. A year ago, she asked staff, what would happen if we don't sell as much water as we're projecting we're going to sell? How is that going to impact rates? Really interesting question, really important. Maybe you want to ask it too. She didn't have luck getting a response. They basically waited her out and she didn't get reappointed. So, we ask all these questions of BOSCA and the SFPUC and just get ignored. So we're hoping that you with more influence might be able to ask them these questions and actually get some responses. Did I satisfactorily answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions, or go ahead?
Hi. So I want to go through a couple of opening statements and then turn to some questions. I think, first of all, it's really important to highlight the role of BOSQA. As we've heard from both Nicole and also our speakers, our external speakers, this is a very complex system. And one of the roles that BOSQA plays is in providing technical expertise to a very diverse set of small agencies, or relatively small agencies. I think the other role that's very important that it plays is one of regional coordination. And there's lots of opportunity to think about ways in which we strategically design and implement our water supply system as a region, rather than as a set of individual utilities. So it's just, I think, really important for us as a Palo Alto UAC to realize that we do not exist on an island, but rather as part of a complex regional network. The second thing I want to emphasize is that capital improvements to a 100-year-old system are essential and important. We do not want to underinvest it in maintenance of a system that is, critical to the economy of this region and our enjoyment of its, goods and services. So we want to ensure supply reliability, and I think that we also want to ensure that we have a reliable water supply going forward. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I think where we are likely to encounter disagreement, as Commissioner Tucher highlighted, is in the areas of supply projection the areas of demand projection, and then what to do about the gap between supply and demand. So on the supply side, we have many sources of uncertainty. We have legal uncertainty. We have some degree of, I should say, we have significant demand uncertainty. And so I'm grateful to see that BOSCA is engaging in a demand side report. I'd like to hear a little bit more about how that's being pursued. And then we have the reality of climate uncertainty layered on top of those two other pieces. We do expect to potentially see changes in the frequency, intensity, and duration of drought across California, although the frequency, intensity, and duration of drought at this point, from my understanding, are actually fairly uncertain. And so it's important, I think, as well to think about that incorporated into our analysis. That being said, I don't think they're particularly large. I think that we can then turn to the demand uncertainty. Certainly on the demand side, there are some assumptions that have been made about demand. In particular, I think, consistent optimistic projections. I wouldn't just point a finger at SFPUC. We also consistently overestimate water demand. We have overestimated in this year's or this quarter's budget report. It looks like we're a little bit under our projected sales. It also seems like, if I remember correctly, we also underestimated demand as a community last year. I could be wrong on that, so please don't quote me, but this is not unique to SFPUC. It's not unique to Palo Alto. If we look across California, water efficiency improvement has been tremendously successful. And I think also, as we see new growth in the region, the sort of metric of gallons per day per person, the type of growth is going to be different. And that needs to be accounted for when you're doing urban infill versus maintaining the tree canopy in a place like Palo Alto. Okay, so the person per day, we need to be really careful about that as a demand projection tool. I think that the final potential for disagreement is, or I should also say on the demand side, one question I want to ask is how San Jose and Santa Clara, which I understand to be somewhat intermittent purchasers of water in the system, again, Nicole, please correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but how their inclusion into those demand projections is made, and whether that's a valid assumption to include them, given that there is not a supply obligation. You can answer that right now, or you can wait just a second.
I can wait till you're done.
Either one, but I think the final piece to make to the commission and to people that are interested in this is that there's also the subsequent question about what do you do about the gap between supply and demand. And I'm not here to give a whole lecture on that. I apologize for the long statement to begin with, but I do want to say that I think that we have disagreements about supply, disagreements about demand. The even bigger challenge is going to be, how do we debate how to fill that gap between supply and demand? And there's going to be a lot of, some of that's going to be technical, but some of that is in fact going to be very political. And I don't say that in a bad way. I actually say that as that will be a policy decision that we make as a utilities advisory commission and as a region. And that, in some ways there's need for technical engineering guidance, absolutely. But I think there's also tremendous need for citizen engagement and council engagement and UAC engagement, because these questions are more than technical. They are deeply policy grounded. They have huge affordability implications, and they have really strong implications about how we see growth happening in the region as well. So I want to turn it back to Nicole to kind of address both the more technical question of like how we're thinking about inclusion of other members in the region, but also I think ask you, as you are stepping down, what your recommendation is to this UAC and how to engage with, effectively engage with your predecessor. And I'd go so far as to say advice that you might have for how to engage with SFPUC, advice for your predecessor on how to engage with SFPUC.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments. So I'll add a few and a couple and kind of first starting with the demand projections piece, because I think I've been involved in numerous demand projections, and you're right, they are wrong, right? I mean, that by our nature, they are wrong, right? And everybody, that's what happens. And however, no one, when we did our demand projections in 2020, or even say the ones right before then, would have thought in the last 10 years, we would have had 2 droughts and a pandemic and the associated economic recovery, right? So there are things you can project and there are things you cannot project. And unfortunately, the downside risk of not projecting sufficiently on a demand side is not just growth. That's not what this region needs. It's not growth that's driving the alternative water supply numbers. It is drought, right? So it is the economy. It is your businesses here. It is Silicon Valley. It is the engine of California. The governor is not saying, oh, no worries, I'm going to come and take care of you, right? That isn't the reality in that situation. If we are in a massive drought, the rest of the state of California is giving a massive drought, right? So that's the challenge that I put to everybody as we think about these next investments and what they're for, right? It's easy to point to growth, to say that growth is what's driving our need to look at those, but our efficiencies are beyond covering the growth issue. It's really this drought year reliability. As we become more and more efficient, it is harder and harder to live within that efficiency when you have to have a 20% reduction.
So can I interject just for a second and just say, to what degree do you participate in defining what those drought, that design drought is? And do you think that our current definition, or SFPUC's current definition of the design drought, is the correct one in service of the security and reliability of our water supplies, balanced against the affordability of those supplies?
So BOSCA's been engaged on the design drought since our formation. We have continued to support it as an appropriate metric for planning purposes. Certainly, you know, we can always revisit things, but if we're going to revisit them, things need to be revisited with better data, not less data, right? More informed, not just, hey, I don't like that number, so I want to reduce it to make the answer fit what I want to do, right? That's not the answer to that situation. So until we go through a process like that, BOSCA will continue to support the design drought as the appropriate metric for this service area, given our reliability on a singular source of supply.
Okay. Can I say that I actually do think that there are, there's been a lot of progress in terms of the science of how to better project how, not just, what's the design drought by squishing 2 droughts together, but how are distinct attributes of droughts, the frequency of drought, the intensity of drought, and the duration of drought have very different implications for the kind of water supply infrastructure you need and you need to build out in the future.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
A more detailed study out of BOSCA that more clearly defined an appropriate defined drought for our region, not just today, but also potentially, 50 years out under future climate scenarios, I think would be incredibly valuable as a service for BOSCA back to its members.
So that's an interesting challenge, right? We don't own and operate the system. My preference, to be quite honest, would be to say, and have the PUC do something like that, right? Because they do, at the end of the day, have to own and operate the system. We work best when we don't necessarily have the same constituencies, but when we're focused on that same goal. And so, not to say no, because that's not a no, but I think my preference, if you're talking about where to put our resources, is for the owner and the operator to say, hey, maybe we need to challenge that. So I think that's something to think about.
And I would simply say that if it's not possible to do it together, then I think it is absolutely imperative that BOSCA take that on independently. I wholeheartedly agree, doing it together would be the ideal outcome.
So that's the first one. Then you asked about San Jose and Santa Clara. And when I talked about the lawsuit that San Jose or that Palo Alto brought forth, and it resulted in the 84 contract, San Jose and Santa Clara at that time chose not to participate in that lawsuit. That is literally the only difference for the two of them. So they are not beneficiaries of the settlement of that lawsuit. So they are not beneficiaries of the perpetual supply assurance of 184. They have a contract that is the same contract that you all had. Your individual contracts are all the same way. They just don't benefit from the supply assurance. They have purchased water from the system since the 70s. When they purchase water from the system, and they purchase it every year, consistently, they pay their bills, your bills are less, right? So everybody benefits by the fact that they're buying water every year. And as a group, the Bosca board has continuously supported making San Jose and Santa Clara permanent customers, not within the 184, but permanent customers, has supported San Francisco Developing Supplies to make them permanent. And we're actively engaged in discussions with them in San Francisco to see how to make that happen.
Excuse me, when you say system, do you mean Hetch Hetchy system?
Yes, the Hetch
I see.
Hetchy system, yeah.
So they contract not through Bosca?
So they are part of the contract. So they are a signatory to the water supply agreement. They are a member of Bosca. They're just the same as everyone else. They have a seat on the board. The only thing they don't get is a share of that 184 supply assurance that's outside of the contract. That is the settlement of the lawsuit.
But they contract directly with SFPUC.
Just like you do,
Thank
right? Yeah.
I mean, I guess one thing I would clarify though is that costs are driven by drought years, not by ample water supply years. And so
future costs will be driven
future
by
costs.
drought years, not current costs.
Future, as we are looking at the set of alternative water supply sources that we're likely to tap, that's going to be primarily driven by these drought years. And there are two entities that do not have, from my understanding, supply assurance is under that. And so I only raise this, Nicole, because I think it's actually a good example of a policy decision we need to make as a region about how we address that.
Correct. And I think right now, the focus has been, is there a project that provides a normal year benefit that also provides a drought year benefit that settles the two pieces together, right? Because as you know, if we're looking for a drought year supply, the only project that's a drought year supply that you don't have to use all the time is a transfer. And that has proven to be unsuccessful for us in this region. So, you know, it's a struggle to find projects. So that is at least the current conversations are around, is there a project that can both be part of San Jose and Santa Clara getting a permanent status, as well as bringing in additional dry year supply that makes it worthwhile for there to be a regional benefit. So.
Can I just make sure I understand this? Because it's a little complicated for me. So Santa Clara and San Jose do not have assurances in drought years, right? If the water's not there, they don't have an assurance that they.
No, that's not the case.
That's
What
not
they,
the case.
no, they are a part of the, what they don't have is just this unique thing that it is unique to this group of agencies through the settlement, because you do not own that system that San Francisco operates. So the court said San Francisco has a perpetual right, because you don't own it, but you've claimed you have a right to some of it. You have a perpetual right to water from that system. And they were not part of that. So just normal year. So they have a contract with San Francisco that says you can get 4.5 MGD every year. You're going to pay the same rate that everybody else pays. They're signatory to the water supply agreement. You could get collectively, the wholesale customers and San Francisco agreed to provide them water during a drought. They've also agreed not to terminate them without 10 years notice. You know, there's rules around keeping them on board. Again, because there's a recognition of the value that they bring to the collective group, and they have been a long-term customer. They just don't have this extra added piece that the rest of you have.
But what
Can-
value is that extra piece compared to them? I mean, if they have 10 years, we can't cut it off. I mean, it seems almost like this is a legal thing they have.
It is a legal thing. It is a legal
And I
thing.
guess you could give them 10 years notice, which you couldn't give any other Bosco member and cut them off after 10 years.
Yes, you could.
Right, I mean, that's the difference.
And San Francisco would have to do it. I'm not doing that.
No, San Francisco would have to do it. So I guess the question is, and I guess the confusion is, are they costing us money because we're worried about the design drought in terms of how much we're going to invest in it? Or overall, when you look at the picture, they're actually saving money because in good water years, they buy so much water that we wouldn't otherwise sell.
Exactly.
And so therefore, it's a net positive. And I don't think there's a clear, I don't think you're articulating that well, the benefits.
I apologize. There is a benefit to everyone when you're selling water. Most of the time, notwithstanding the last 10 years, again, right? The system has sufficient water to sell to its customers, and it's limited to who they can sell that water to. So selling 9 MGD, up to 9 MGD to San Jose and Santa Clara, that is a benefit to everybody, right? And it's a benefit to the region as a whole, right? I mean, that we all benefit by having a secure water supply in the region that's served in this area. I mean, there's a reason that we have reliable businesses and things like that. They all rely upon water supply. There's a benefit to that. If I had to calculate the numbers, I mean, it all depends upon the frequency of drought compared to normal years, right? What I would say is in looking, when you talk about then reductions, right? Reductions, I mean, their combined use is just slightly more than yours. That's how big they are, or not, I guess I would say, right? What reductions are they taking in drought? And does that actually change what happens to anyone else? And the answer is no. But switching to this idea of these investments in alternative water supplies and that total number, it's very easy to look at that big number and say, oh, that's the target. I mean, that's our planning number for right now. I mean, I won't speak for Steve, but my goal is that number is going to get a lot smaller. And we're going to get a lot better sense for what those investments are going to need to be. But we're not there yet. It's too early to start chopping off projects before we actually know which ones are most viable. What we need to do is keep pressing the demand projections, keep analyzing what's going on, keep learning more, and you need to keep engaging so that you can say, hey, where are they at in their process? When are they going to make a decision, like a real decision, not I want to do another study, but I'm actually going to issue a contract to dig some dirt. And I'm okay with that. And you should make sure the next CEO for Bosca comes up and talks to you ahead of that. And they will say why they think it's appropriate. And you should have a voice in that. But we're just not there yet. And it's so it's good to have it on your radar, but you also don't want to change the course yet because we need more information. That would be my advice.
And Carla.
I was just hoping, can you just reinforce ISG and what that is and how it does or doesn't apply during a drought? I think
Yes.
that is a confusing
Thank you.
concept that might need.
Especially for an educational discussion in the future, I think that's really important.
I guess that's true. Okay, so the individual supply guarantees, so the collective wholesale customers are allocated a supply assurance of 184, right? That's what the wholesale customer share is. Together, the wholesale customers that are beneficiaries of the supply assurance divided it up amongst themselves back in 1984, shortly thereafter. And that's your individual supply guarantee. So everybody has a share, a slice of that. All that number is your slice of what's available in a normal year. That is all that is. It's your planning number that says, in a normal year, I have up to this much water that I can plan for in my community. It has nothing, in the contract it says that, has nothing related to droughts. Right? It's just related to when there's water available, this is how much I am entitled to purchase from San Francisco, or I can, and in that way guaranteed. It's not to say that agencies haven't purchased more over time at different times, but they don't have a right to it. So it's not related to the drought allocations. The drought allocations are a separate formula that the wholesale customers, including San Jose and Santa Clara, come together to negotiate how do they share the available supplies during drought. And we are just concluding negotiations for 2.5 years of how to do that. If you can imagine, it's very complicated. But it is really, this version reflects what we've learned over the last 2 drought periods about how and why, as a region, we want to allocate water during droughts, right? Focusing on, well, how do we make sure our residents have enough water, right? When you have per capita use in this huge broad range, how do we make sure we have at least enough water for residents to live off of? You know, how do we make sure we have enough water for our businesses to survive? You know, how do we provide some landscape water and kind of just keep on allocating until we have no more? The formula that you will see in the next couple months is that way, and it's really informed by the last couple droughts. But the drought allocations are not tied directly to the supply assurance.
Just one quick question. And doesn't Hayward have an unlimited? People say that, so I assume it's not true. I assume that it's like it does, but it doesn't mean anything.
So Hayward, you guys got all the good questions today. So Hayward has, so 184, and before going to, everybody had these little 2-page contracts. Hayward's just didn't have a date on it. It didn't have an end date. So they have asserted that, because as the way the contracts read, San Francisco would supply water to meet your community's needs. I just pulled it up, one of them the other day for somebody, and everybody's read that, and all of them had a date, except for Hayward's, didn't have a date on it. So they said, San Francisco has an obligation to provide us all the water that our community needs. And so in negotiating that first 84 contract and the allocation of the supply assurance, they divided it up amongst themselves. They gave Hayward an allocation. And then Hayward said, you know, this is the interpretation of our contract. And if we grow above this, you'll all have to cut back. And everybody said, well, yeah, we're going to, you know, agree to disagree. And we put that, you know, so it's a lot of legal language to basically say, Hayward says it has this opinion and we are not sure. And Lord help us if it ever comes to pass.
Got it.
Quick follow-up on ISG. Maybe you could remind us, Palo Alto's ISG is somehow the number 16 MGD rattles around, but the real question is it not true that we consistently in dry years and not dry years don't come close to our ISG? Is that true?
That's true.
Yes. Yeah, the
Is the number around 16?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. I can't, 16.53 or something like that. Yeah. I don't have it off the top of my head either, but yeah.
So we don't use what we're allocated.
We do not use up to what we have a right to use.
I have a question about the analysis. There's something in it that really bothers me and seems to be missing. And that's the idea that somehow the supply and the demand are not connected, and that the demand changes, which we've seen, which are drastic changes in individual usage, are somehow disconnected from the rates, which I don't believe is true. So I believe a reasonable hypothesis about what is happening, you know, other than people are just getting better and, you know, not taking as many showers, which I don't know is true, is that they're being rational economic agents and they see that the rates are going to go up. And the rates go up, they invest in things. It's probably not a very short run elasticity, but longer run elasticity where they invest in things that reduce their water usage and come back and say, oh my God, this is people, we couldn't have known that this was happening. People are using less water. So we got to raise the rates even more because of this. It's the classical death spiral, Econ 101 or 201, maybe. And to plan without these, these drought, sure, we can say whatever drought scenario we want, but if we say it's a huge drought scenario we got to plan for, that's going to be debt service, and I think we're 50% debt service roughly right now.
Right.
That's going to be, higher. We'll add debt service, the rates will go up, people won't be using as much, and it'll be, okay, wow, we didn't really need to do that. So, I mean, there's a level of, fooled me once, we over forecast once, we over forecast twice, we over forecast 3 times. Okay, at some point it becomes a systemic failure of analysis. And, I would suggest that that's potentially due to ignoring the impact of costs on the long-term use of water. And I can see you want to respond, so I'll stop here.
Yeah, well, so don't disagree that cost has an impact. And so part of our demand model is a major component of it is econometric, taking into account the data that we have, right? So it only can go back as far as we have data about those things. And the data on droughts, to be quite honest, until the last 2 years was very sparse, right? We didn't have it. We didn't have a lot of the things that we've been seeing. Our data information since 2002, I guess, has gotten significantly greater, both because we've had investments, so we've had costs go up because of investments, and we've had droughts, and now we've had several economic downturns and the pandemic. So that econometric model is becoming more and more important as part of our forecasting technology. Also, and Mr. Dreckmeyer mentioned the sensitivity analysis we did with our last demand study. It'll be bigger this year, and this time trying to see, going back to this, like, okay, well, what if we have a drought in these kind of periods, and what are we looking at, and what can we take away from that, and how does that inform the decision making on the alternative water supply plan, right? Because that's really where it has to show up. And I don't have the answer to that, right? They're in the midst of trying to do that, but that will be an important piece of work to figure out, and also not just sensitivity on total demand, but also sensitivity on PUC purchases, right? Because we have a third of the water supply is different water supply, and those supplies are actually less reliable than San Francisco. So the concern is, well, even if demand is flat, are agencies in drought having to go to more San Francisco supply, or what's going on, right? Trying to get a better sense for those things. So, a more robust analysis will come out this time. I can't tell you that it's going to be that much better, but it will be more useful, I think, to inform the significance of your decisions, right? If we're off, how much are we off, right? That's the piece, right? And if we're still off 20%, are we going to pick the same answer? I don't know that, but that's the way I would ask the question. If we go 20% more, 20% less, is that going to change what I want to invest in? So.
Just quick follow-up. When you say we, you're talking about BOSCA's own internal forecasts, not in collaboration with SFPUC? And do you compare notes?
We do not do so. BOSCA, since 2002, has done forecasts on behalf of the wholesale customers, independent of San Francisco, just with the wholesale customers. So BOSCA does an independent demand projection process with each of the 26 agencies. We develop those, and then we provide them to San Francisco for their purposes.
Do they use them?
Yes.
Can you comment on what we heard earlier, that there are essentially 2 projections inside SFPUC, finance and enterprise?
I think I'm going to let Mr. Ritchie talk about his own internal machinations.
Commissioner Maurer.
Could you just, I think it would help for this discussion to just clarify whether BOSCA's projections are closer to the enterprise projection or the finance projection.
The water enterprise is informed by BOSCA's projections, right? Because those projections are for long-term water supply planning purposes. That's the purpose of them. The finance department projections are for year-over-year cash flow rate-making purposes. They're just 2 different purposes.
So did I understand correctly that the econometric model that you're going to use will explicitly use an elasticity of demand to calculate and adjust the forecast based on the rates that people are paying, or
Yes.
will it not? It will.
Yes.
And those elasticities will be available. Are they available now?
For the past demand projections, we're not,
That
for
you
the,
were
for the
using in
current
projections.
demands, yeah, for the current projections that we have from the demand study, the last demand study are available publicly on our website. That whole study is available on our website. And then for the one that we're in the midst of, that is, we're
No,
not
I'm
there.
not the demand projections, the elasticities that you're using to adjust the demands to the
I'm
rates.
assuming we're going to update the elasticity, so I don't have the new elasticities for the current study. I have the elasticities from the prior study, but I wouldn't assume that they're going to be the same.
Okay, and I can access those through.
They're on our
Well-
website, yeah, and if I will endeavor to remember to get them to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So we obviously need to wrap this up. I have one final question because we're a little behind on time. But I'm having a problem thinking this through in my head. So it goes something like this. We've had lots of droughts since the 70s. We used a lot more water in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. I mean, all I see is the water going down. Maybe that's just in Palo Alto, but I thought that was, basically all of the agencies use less water. That's, and if I'm wrong, tell me. So what I don't understand is if we're all using less water, we have a history of all these droughts. We've never run out of water. I mean, some of the droughts have been pretty tough. So I'm trying to understand why we have a problem, so to speak. Our problem should be less. There should be more water and it shouldn't be a problem.
So I think I'll let Steve answer that one too, because it is his system. I mean, I can answer it, but I think it's more appropriate for Steve to answer it.
Well, can't we hear your answer and then hear
Okay,
Steve?
sure, yeah. So there's two things. We have had a lot of singular droughts, but if you look at massive droughts we had 76, 77, massive drought. 87 to 92 was the drought of record for the San Francisco system. After that, really, I mean, there were a couple dry years, but not really droughts until we hit this last 10-year period. Right. And there's a very big difference between a singular dry year or even two dry years. It's that, as Steve would say, it's that third year when I start looking at them going, okay, what are we doing? Like now we've got a problem, right? So we haven't had all of those. And we've grown into our demand where, yeah, people used a lot more on a per person basis in the 70s, and you could save a lot more by just not flushing your toilet because your toilet took 7, 8, 9 gallons per flush. Your toilet today uses less than a gallon per flush, right? So our ability to conserve is much less, and we have more people that we're trying to meet their demands, right? So that makes it more challenging. And on top of it, regulatory constraints have made the San Francisco system less reliable. And that's really what we're struggling with, is how do we provide the additional water needed for the environment that the environment needs? Okay, it has to come from somewhere. And how do we manage through that? Because that is essentially drought year water. That's where it hits us. So now we need to develop new drought year supplies to backfill for that water for the environment, which is totally appropriate, but it's a challenge.
And that's what you mean by regulatory constraints.
That's a regulatory constraint.
And that's the regulatory constraints you refer to,
Yes.
right? Okay, got it. All right. And look, okay, but then we got to really stop because we're over a half an hour.
Thank you. Just one question on water quality. So from what I understand, from what you said, there was a second contract in 2009, and that contract is specific to San Francisco's obligation to provide safe drinking water. Is that
water that meets
right?
drinking water standards? Yeah.
Do you know if those standards include anything on perfluorinated substances or microplastics in our water supply? And is BOSCWA or SFPUC looking at that issue?
Steve and his team are actively looking at it, so let's let him talk about that.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole.
Thank you.
And good luck in retirement. All right. So let's move on to the next item, which is a discussion of the San Francisco PUC. Oh yeah, you want to take a break? Oh yeah, I think we should probably take a 10-minute break. Well, are you guys able to stay? No problem? All right, so let's take a 10-minute break. All right, I said we're coming back after the break, and we're now on item number 4, which is a discussion with the San Francisco PUC. Come on up.
So Carl, do you want to make any introductory comments?
Just welcome to Steve Ritchie, who is Assistant General Manager for the Water Enterprise. And like inviting Nicole, this is to give some perspective and background information about how the alternative water supply program is, the how and the why it's proceeding. And also, we asked Steve to speak about the design drought because we are very aware that that's an interesting topic, and wanted you to have the opportunity to be able to speak directly to him and ask those questions rather than have Palo Alto staff trying to interpret that and respond on his behalf. So thank you, Steve, for being here.
Thank you, Steve, for coming down.
Sure. You bet. Yes, Steve Ritchie, Assistant General Manager for Water at the San Francisco PUC. I'm actually joined here this evening by Allison Castema of our staff, who is the wholesale customer and Bosca liaison. So dealing with our 26 wholesale customers, and Bosca is, part of almost a full-time job, as well as everything else we do. I'm going to talk about, a little bit of an overview, and then our drought planning and the alternative water supply plan. And I may answer some of the questions that came up during the presentation, but certainly happy to answer any questions at any time that you might have. Can I have the next slide, please? So yeah, I want to make sure this is, as with all utilities, we're a 24/7, 365 perpetual service. As a critical public service, we don't have an end date. Where we have to be here all the time for everybody. And everybody is 2.7 million residents and thousands of businesses that rely on the Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System for drinking water, for public health, fire protection, and all aspects of their daily lives and businesses. And one of the things I want to emphasize is that, as Nicole Sankula mentioned, we deliver basically potable water to the system. So when you talk about comparisons with wholesale water agencies, most wholesale water agencies are not delivering potable water. They're delivering raw water. So a comparison of rates there can oftentimes be misleading. Although I do have to make a quick comment, I think Alan Curatori mentioned this. If you keep track of Valley Water's rates, they have, I believe, they may have finally surpassed us in rates. So yes, we're not out there in front, Dave, that there are other ones very local here who also have rates that might seem high, but we're delivering a key public service, and there's a lot of good reasons for those rates. 85% of the supply comes from the Tuolumne River, with the remaining 15% from local watersheds and reservoirs. And again, that water from Hetch Hetchy, because of the quality of the water and the purity of that water, does not need to be filtered, so it is only disinfected, and it is all delivered by gravity down through the system, across the Central Valley, and all the way up the peninsula here in the Bay Area, and without any pumping at all. So from a sustainability perspective, I think this is one of the highest ranking water systems in the nation, if not the world. Our daily operations emphasize that high water quality and long-term water supply reliability. Now, part of how we have to operate is driven by the fact that we have junior water rights on the Tuolumne River, so that in wet years, we have plenty of water. The Tuolumne is a big river, but in dry years, we actually have the right to very little water. The irrigation districts have senior water rights, so they are the ones who can take what water is available. So as a result, we rely on stored water for our reliability, so that we have carryover storage in our reservoirs over time. Sometimes we're criticized by having too much water in storage. That's all the water we've got. That's why it's important to us to have that storage. So that's kind of the quick summary of the system there. The question came up about PFAS. basically, we don't have any in our system. You know, the source water, we've sampled for years, we've never seen any. So back in 2009, you know, PFAS was not even, you know, on anybody's radar screen. We always have to prepare for additional water quality requirements as they come along. Microplastics may be the next one down the road. We'll be investigating that. But, you know, water quality is very important to us because we're delivering potable water to everybody. So on the next slide, talk about our water supply and really drought planning, because in wet years we have plenty of water. So all of our planning really is driven by droughts. So really, we are guided by, you know, three basic principles: water first, experience, and risk management. First, on the water first, water supply is a top priority with hydropower generation a secondary consideration. I believe Peter mentioned that San Francisco did generate a lot going into the last drought, the 87 through 90, the last big drought, the 87 through 92 drought, and it was caught short. And so that was where we really reinforced we can't generate hydropower. That has to be a secondary consideration. So we're always looking at preserving our water supply going forward. In our experience, yes, 87 through 92 was a very, very severe drought. And the recent droughts we've had were very real and can be repeated or worse. Actually, this is, you know, there's research popping up all the time. I just saw an article that popped up yesterday that there's new research out of folks in UCLA working with Drought Center in Colorado that identified the 2020 through 22 drought as being, according to their analysis, about a 1 in 1,300 year event, but that if things don't change in the next 100 years, it'll be a 1 in 6 year event. You know, I have no idea about the credibility of that work, but it just goes to show that those kinds of things are something we all have to keep an eye on. And risk management is really important. How bad can conditions get, knowing that we cannot operate to zero storage? That is one thing I think they learned in 87 through 92 was that, you know, what are you going to do in the next year? If it's dry in the next year, what are you going to do? You can't get to the point where there's no water left. Otherwise, you know, I'll be a grease spot on the pavement of people running over me if I came out and said, sorry, no water this year. That's just not an acceptable state of affairs. So in drought planning, we've been analyzing a drought worse than that of 87 through 92 by adding 2 additional dry years. We think that's prudent, but that's just for planning purposes. You know, that analysis carries us to zero storage, which is nothing we would ever operate to. So it's just a guidance for us on, okay, how do we need to think about the next year? This year, we might actually be in the beginning of a new drought. You know, October was extremely dry, so you just don't know. We have to be pessimistic that way. Next slide. This is the first time I've ever used this photo. I just came across it the other day. This is taken from on top of Hetch Hetchy Reservoir from a boat in March of 1991. So that is the upstream face of O'Shaughnessy Dam. And you see those red arrows are different outlets at different levels that you can take water from. There's only water available at the bottom level, and below that, it's not very far. Because in 1992, excuse me, San Francisco was looking at 45% rationing. And that was something that was at that time verged on the unacceptable. So that's the kind of thing that we want to make sure we don't get into that kind of situation again. And so that's just a very visceral description of what things can get like, because they have gotten that way. Next slide. So what are we talking about in terms of wise water use in our regular planning? First, active conservation programs. We have them in San Francisco, and through BOSCA, regional efforts are always underway to promote conservation and the wise use of water. Currently, San Francisco averages about 41 gallons per person per day of residential water use, and this is the same number that Nicole presented. The wholesale customers are averaging 55.1, which is a 52% decrease since 75 to 78. It's interesting to note that actually the originators of the system, Michael O'Shaughnessy and others, were the ones that projected 400 million gallons per day as being the demands. I think they just had no concept of what conservation measures would ultimately come into play. And what we're seeing now is conservation. Most of the thing, everything that people are doing are gradually over time being built into the plumbing code. So something that was really low water use back in 1982 or 1987, that's already been surpassed by the plumbing code. And so a lot of us are engaged in programs that advance the plumbing ahead of the plumbing code for water use. And then the last point here, this is an important one to note, urban water management planning. We are all obligated to create an urban water management plan, which is every 5 years, we all need to demonstrate that we have enough supply to accommodate anticipated growth over the ensuing 25 years. So basically we're supposed to communicate with the planning agency, as in the city of Palo Alto, the planning department. What is the expectation for growth in the community? And this originally was called the Show Me the Water Law. That said, okay, so if there's that much growth, do you have the water for it? And what is that supply? So folks, every 5 years have to go through that exercise, and that's what we often call the demands. And that is kind of the outside of what development could occur, and do we have the water supply for that? Excuse me. And so that in our case kind of represents the place where we can't afford to run out of water. We have to be able to provide that supply or demonstrate that we have that supply. It also includes requirements for drought planning. It used to be 3 years. After the last drought, the state bumped it up to 5 years. I'm assuming in another couple of years, they'll bump it up to where we are in our drought planning, because we just keep experiencing that. That is contrasted with what a finance department looks at for when they do demand planning. They have to make sure we don't run out of money. We have to make sure we don't run out of water. So the planning is done for two different reasons. That's why there are two different methods. We've told people that over and over again, and then people forget and say, why do you have two? For those two reasons. They're different purposes. And that's why you'll find that experience everywhere. Okay, next slide. Challenges ahead. First, the 2018 adopted Bay Delta Plan. That is something that has been contested for a while. We actually filed litigation on it, but we have long felt that a voluntary program that we would put together with other water agencies would be a good alternative there. The state is now considering those, and those may make those decisions will get made in 2025, it appears, by the state of California. They may say, we're going to stick with the 2008 adopted plan and go forward that way, which calls for a much more unimpaired flow to go down the Tuolumne River, and we would have to deal with that water. To me, that would be just another demand. It's like we have to make up for that supply so that we can take care of the environment that way. If they instead approve what is called now the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, that would be just another demand. Less water, but still there would be something that we would have to account for that supply that is being diverted from what we would use it for normally and going to the river. Either way, there's going to be a greater demand in our system. So that's something that we're dealing with. State actions, we've been through in the last couple of droughts, the state curtailing our diversions in the system by certain water right holders. We've been, working with the state on that, but that has a potential impact on our water rights that we need to be cognizant of, because that just might limit the amount of water we can divert at any time. Population growth and demand hardening. I think every community in the Bay Area is dealing with the new housing elements, which call for many, many new housing units in every community that we serve. I think, some people were feeling fairly confident about where they are relative to their water supply and their individual supply guarantee under the contract. And then those requirements came in, and a lot more people are getting a lot more nervous of, is there enough water supply to take care of that? Will those units actually get built, and will they be occupied? I think that's an uncertainty that we all have out there. And demand hardening, when you look at current demands that people are using, the water use, 55 gallons per person per day. When we talk about no more than 20% rationing, in the last couple of years, looking at what those demands are, it's hard to imagine that people will be able to actually achieve 20% rationing if we got to that. So we're going to have to relook at what our commitment is in terms of our water supply. Like I said, can people actually achieve that level of rationing? I think the answer is probably no right now. So we're going to have to relook at that and make changes to our commitment. And then climate change. We did work with University of Massachusetts, Amherst, the long-term vulnerability study. That work was done totally by academics, and they certainly see more precipitation as rain than snow, and changes in runoff patterns. Peter Dreckmeyer has done very simplistic analysis. Oh, great, it'll just shift 6 weeks, and voila, you get a lot more water. Well, it won't be that simple. That is something that is just, going to be a moving target that we're going to have to keep track of. But we do know that things are going to change in the future. So all of those challenges combine to keep me awake at night, because those are the things that we have to be planning for and making sure we're prepared to deal with. Let's shift gears now and talk about the alternative water supply plan. Moving to the next slide. And it's just a quick title slide. But the next slide is something we've talked about as planning for obligations and building for demands. And there we're talking about actual demands. And the effort here, developing this alternative water supply plan, came about by requests from our commissioners and from the BOSCA Board of Directors, which is basically if there are a lot of new regulatory obligations, what are you going to do in terms of water supply? And so we embarked on an effort to see, okay, what are the possibilities out there? And so this plan is one that's not an adopted plan, and it's not a plan to construct any particular project or projects. And people say, well, you're going to build all these. No, we're not going to. I guarantee you we're not going to build all these projects. In fact, I can already tell you about one that's just been knocked off the books by somebody else. So we're not going to build that project. But it's a living planning document that gives decision makers information regarding potential future water supply issues and potential actions to augment the regional water system supplies to retain our current appropriate risk management approach. We don't want to, plan for even worse droughts. We think we're in a good shape with what we've got until we find out that there are worse droughts out there. But we want to be able to maintain that level of assurance for everybody. Next slide. So when we talk about our existing and potential obligations, we've already talked about the supply assurance of 184 million gallons per day for the wholesale customers. That then is divided up by individual supply guarantees among 23 of the customers. San Jose and Santa Clara don't have one, and Hayward has its own unique circumstance, which, Nicole, I think, properly described there. But everybody else has an individual supply guarantee that is water that we have to provide if it's available and if it is requested. So that's just a very clear obligation on our part. It does provide for, if it's not there in terms of a drought, that's a different matter. That's why we have drought provisions in our contract. We have a supply allocation of 81 million gallons per day for San Francisco. San Jose and Santa Clara have a combined, I wouldn't call it assurance yet because that's what we're working towards, of 9 MGD, and that combined total is 274 million gallons per day. Total regional water system demands are 244 MGD based on the 2020 urban water management plans. And those are for the wholesale customers, numbers that we get from the wholesale customers collectively through BOSCA, plus work that we do with our own econometric modeling in San Francisco. So the next slide is the one that Peter already showed and looks at, okay, if you take the existing and potential obligations of 265 plus 9, and you have 152 MGD of water available through the regional water system, you end up with a shortfall of 122 MGD. It's just math. And again, this is dealing with what could be obligations that we would need to meet if ever called on. The right-hand side is the 2045 demands on the regional water system of 244 million gallons per day, now water supply gap of 92. Again, if the Bay Delta plan in full force takes effect. So those are numbers that are literally just for the purposes of saying, okay, we could have to come up with that much water. Will we have to? Actually, don't know. But what are the projects that we actually could get in place that might start to make a dent in those numbers? And that's what the alternative water supply plan is about. Next slide. So this slide shows the alternative water supply projects throughout the service area. And they're listed there on the left-hand side, expanding the Daly City Recycled Water Project, Pure Water Peninsula, South Bay Purified Water, Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion and things associated with that, Alameda County Water District and Union Sanitary District Purified Water, and Calaveras Reservoir Expansion. Those projects are ones which we felt were worthy of study to begin with, to try to come up with what it might take to ever make a dent in that. The ones that have pure water or purified water in their name, those 3 projects are ones that are potentially using recycled water for drinking water. So those are ones that are out there on the cutting edge of where I think the water industry is overall. That is part of our futures. Calaveras Reservoir Expansion, when we rebuilt Calaveras Dam in the Alameda County area, we provided that it could be expanded. So that was on the list. And Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion, if you followed the press, the Calaveras Reservoir Expansion project looks like it's about to have the plug pulled on that for a variety of different reasons. But that was one that was complicated, that had a lot of partners. But that's a project that is probably not going to happen. So it may just drop off the list of its own volition. Next slide. So the recommendations and actions out of our water supply plan were to actually, make decisions on those 2 projects there, the Los Vaqueros Reservoir Expansion and the Daly City Recycled Water Expansion. I think the Los Vaqueros Expansion may have been decided for us already. We may just not be a part of that, and there may be no project at all there. Daly City is kind of on the bubble because there's not much benefit for it compared to the cost. And so that one is potentially going to get dropped off the list. The purified water projects are the ones that we think that we are going to continue to pursue because we think that is the most sure water supply moving into the future. And associated with that, we're going to hire a purified water program manager in San Francisco to help make sure that we're moving in the right direction in that area. Next slide, please. We also have some existing and other projects that weren't really part of the alternative water supplies as we laid them out. The first 2, the Regional Groundwater Storage and Recovery Project and the Alameda Creek Recapture Project, were part of the Water System Improvement Program that we were working on with BOSCA and the wholesale customers, and were a big part of a $4.8 million program intended to restore seismic reliability and excuse me, and diversification of our water supplies and redundancy in our system. So those we're looking at squeezing more water out of those. San Francisco, we have a groundwater project that we've been instituted for years, and we could expand that some more. Pure Water SF would be basically a purified water project in San Francisco itself, and also doing potentially projects with the Turlock and Modesto irrigation districts. That one is one that I have high hopes for, but is there are partners on the Tuolumne River, and we have a sometimes contentious relationship. We're working pretty well with them right now, so I'm hopeful we might be able to put together some kind of deal with them. We will be developing additional demand scenarios. When we talk about building for demands, people say, oh, it's the Urban Water Management Plan demands. No, we don't plan for those per se as something that we're going to spend big construction dollars on. And that's what we are not committing to anywhere in this plan so far, is we're not committing to building any of these things yet, because we want to be sure that they really are the right projects and they're not going to be stranded assets. So we will be looking at additional demand scenarios. And we're also going to explore the feasibility of a regional water system grant program where collectively among us, that we have money that maybe could then be distributed to customers who have projects that they've always wanted to pursue, but it was never cost effective, but might be beneficial to the region. All right, next slide. Financial update and a couple of slides on that before I get to the end. This is the amount of money that we've spent on the alternative water supply program, about $12 million over the last 4 years, mostly in planning purposes. The most went for the Los Vaqueros expansion cluster project. So that may be money that was well spent trying to develop the project, but it's just not going to turn into a real project. And various other activities that have gone on. Next slide. Earlier this year, we approved a 10-year capital improvement plan, including funding for more AWS planning. The FY 25 through 34 CIP totals are larger than the ones you saw in Nicole's slides, because she was talking about the prior years, the prior generation of a capital improvement program. In this case is 1.63 billion for regional water and 1.53 billion for Hetch Hetchy water, which is the upcountry part of the system. Those funds are going for lots of projects, the bulk of which actually are replacement of old facilities. The 100-year-old Hetch Hetchy facilities are in that, and various pipelines throughout our system are key parts of that as well. The alternative water supply program represents about 260 million in that 10-year plan. For FY 24 through 25, 10.89 or basically $11 million was planned on being spent, but a lot of that was going to go to Los Vaqueros expansion. So we may be changing around where that money goes. But these projects are all the ones that we'll be moving forward with particularly emphasis on the purified water projects. And since people, talk about us a lot on it, going to the next slide, developing our significant CIP takes sound financial planning. This is something that's been a high priority for us in San Francisco, because not only do we have to worry about all of our responsibilities as a regional water provider, but also a water provider for San Francisco, but also the sewer agency for San Francisco. And so we have lots of issues to deal with on the sewer side. So all this includes smart infrastructure planning and investment, low-cost debt funding that we actively take part in with state and federal funds, conservative financial policies in terms of reserves and debt coverage. And also in November of 2023, our commission adopted a ratepayer affordability policy, because that's something that is really important to us, where you might find that historically it's always been looked at as 2% of median income is affordable under EPA guidelines. Well, in San Francisco, the median income is quite high because you've got a lot of fairly well-off people, but you also have a lot of not very well-off people. We in effect have a bimodal economy there. So finding what's affordable is a real trick frankly, for us and for everybody in our system as well. We also do numerous proactive audits, and of course, everything is compliant with Prop 218 and the water supply agreement. So we plan our finances to support our infrastructure needs without overly burdening our constituents. One of the things about rates for the wholesale customers as well is that I think did we get the slides in at the end on this? I don't know. Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, there's a slide about what we do in San Francisco. Oh, yes, there we go. So back up quick. And just throw this slide in what San Francisco is doing in terms of water use efficiency on the slide prior to this one. But this is what we did. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to spend any time on that. So skip over that one. So the wholesale rate basically is we come up with what's called the wholesale revenue requirement, which is how much money it's going to cost to operate the system in any given year. Most of it is fixed costs. And then we take out some fixed fees, which are meter fees for different customers. And then there's something called the balancing account, which is sometimes we over collect funds, sometimes we under collect, depending on what demands actually turn out to be, because it's all basically prorated across how much water consumption there is. So that's all divided by the wholesale volumes. And so for 2025, the projected rate at that time was $5.55 per unit, which represented a 6.5% rate increase. And the factors driving that at that time were growth in capital spending, continued low water usage, and changes in the balancing account. So if you go to the next slide, this shows what has happened with the historic and projected rates. And you see, because of where the balancing account was, there were several years of basically 0% rate increases between 2018 and 2022. But then there started to be an increase in rates over time and slowly increasing over time up to the level of about $6.50 per unit. That is as far out as our finance department projects rates because they don't really have good information to go beyond that in terms of the overall demand of the system. But folks have been interested in, how we set our rates and what they've been looking like and what they look like. For my money, that is not skyrocketing. That's prudent investment in our system because it is a very old system, one of which I'm frankly very proud to be a part of and would be happy to answer any questions about it. And there may be a final slide, there may not. Oh yeah, there is a final slide. Oh, I've got to end up with a great picture. So happy to answer any questions.
Actually, while we were on the projected rate increase slide, just prior to the question slide.
Yeah, if you could back up that slide, that'd be great. Still got the pretty picture.
One slide prior.
I love the pretty picture, but that's okay. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering if you might expand on the different components and reasons why we are seeing rate increases from, say, 2024 through 2029.
Well, a lot of that has been changes in the capital improvement program and increasing debt service. With the water system improvement program, I think we indicated when we started on that, which was something that frankly all the customers wanted, that water rates would ultimately triple as a result of that. And collectively, customers, wholesale and retail said, yes, it's worth it because the system was at too much risk of some kind of failure. The actual the dashed line there represents the balancing account, which is either under or over collection. So that's where you can see that we actually had to, we had 0% for a while, and then the balancing account started to get too much in it. And so we had to raise rates to, start to bring that down. Or actually the zeros brought the balancing account down. So we had just align it with where the balancing account was at. And so that's how we tried to balance out there. But yeah, that's just, what it's 15.9, 9.7, 6.5, 1.4, 5.3, 7.4. It just changes over time based on what all the different factors were that I listed on the prior page, plus what the demands are. And it just
Could I just jump in with a quick follow-up on that? Would it be fair to say that if you just slid this graph over a few years to the left and looked at, the 2010, 2015, this makes it look like the price was steady at $4 for a long time, but isn't it true that it was down around $1.50, $2 just to the left of this?
Oh yeah, no, as I said, the water system improvement program, basically, San Francisco rates were cheaper, but we knew that we were going to, basically build the $4.8 billion worth of improvements, and there was going to be debt service associated with that. So that, yes, it was cheaper before then, but again, these were planned expenditures that were just coming into,
And I apologize because I should not have, first we should say thank you for coming to meet with us. First of all, I just think it's terrific that, like I said to Bosca, it's terrific that SFPUC has come to this meeting. So it's back to you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that answer. And also thank you for coming tonight. This has been a very informative presentation. And
Kaylee Burton, Utilities Administrative Assistant. Chair Sharp, would you like to take public comment at the moment?
Yes. Let's break and do public comment.
We'll begin our public comment with Peter Dreckmeyer.
I have more slides to show you. Peter Dreckmeyer with the Tuolumne River Trust. So in the fall of 2016, the State Water Board came out with the Bay Delta Plan. And within a month, the SFPUC and Bosca had an editorial in the Chronicle saying this could lead to 50% rationing and the loss of 188,000 jobs and $49 billion. And it's like, where did those numbers come from? You just had an update to your socioeconomic study that was 2.5 times lower. And after that drought in 2016, that ended in 2016, jobs during that drought had increased 27% in the service area, and water demand had decreased by 23%. So the numbers were way off. But we decided, hey, we need to be able to check their numbers. So we asked the SFPUC for the data, and they resisted for a while, but we got it. And we created a water supply calculator, and you can see the slide here. On the left column is the years that make up, or the years, the 87 to 92. So assuming that those years repeat as they were at demand of 198 million gallons per day, which is what the demand was that year. And that's been the high point in demand for the last 10 years. With the Bay Delta Plan flows in place and without any rationing, and no new alternative water supplies, and the PUC makes it through the 6-year drought of record. And as Steve mentioned, urban water management plan requires 5-year planning. Maybe it's prudent to go longer. With rationing, you could get 7 years. Next slide. So the PUC didn't argue with our numbers, but they said, well, we're planning for the design drought. Steve explained that. Next. And it's not just adding 2 years, it's adding one of the worst droughts on record. So those numbers you see there are deficit. That's water that would have to come out of storage. And you see combining the 6-year drought of record with the 2-year drought of record, it creates a drought that's 72% more severe than the worst drought on record. Next. So Nicole mentioned the need for better data. Well, in 2021, the PUC came out with this long-term vulnerability assessment, climate change study, $750,000. They've never cited it to support their position. We cite it all the time. Next. Kind of surprisingly, expectation of no clear direction of change in mean annual precipitation. Yeah, we'll have drier stretches, wetter stretches, runoff comes earlier. Next. They have drought return periods for the known droughts. Well, that's the likelihood of occurrence. They didn't have one for the design drought, which was shocking because that's the big question. Next, through a Public Records Act request, we got this document. It suggested every 25,000 years. They downgraded the other known droughts, so we ended up doing that too, but also pay attention to that deficit number. 1.3 million acre feet would need to come out of storage for that drought. Next. So we downgraded the design drought proportional to what they did in the final LTVA, and we found once in 8,000 years. Next. And here's a graph from the climate change study. They looked at 100 years of observed data, 1,100 years of tree ring data. They did 25,000 simulated model runs. These were the worst droughts they could come up with. None comes even close to that 1.3 million acre foot deficit in the design drought. Next. So you've seen this many times. I'll tell you, the PUC staff didn't want to create this alternative water supply plan. The driver was they alarmed their commissioners. Like, look at the sky's going to fall. And the commissioner said, well, how are we going to respond? So they had to create a document that supported their narrative. That's how they came up with the 92 MGD, the 122. By the way, they always used the demand or the obligations until we kept proving that it's like, those aren't demand projections. And finally, a commissioner said, are those demand projections? So they said, no, that's just the contractual obligation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Following, we have Dave Warner.
Cool, thank you. So first, I'd also like to just say thanks, Steve, for coming tonight. And if this is a speculative remark, but I think if there is one individual that's responsible for how reliable our regional water system is, I think it's Steve. And the fact that this $4.8 billion has been immensely successful, I think, is a credit to him. He's a very talented guy, and under him is a very talented organization. I will say I was prepared. Valley Water, their current wholesale rate for treated water is $23.44 per acre foot. That compares to our $24.70. So we haven't quite caught up yet, and it's treated water. So that is comparable. And that's after they just did a 12% increase to get to that rate. Ours, as you saw, was 6.5% increase to get to $24.70. There are two big things I'd mention. Valley Water's rate is going up a lot, but very, very important is one of their main studies that they're working on right now is reliability balanced with affordability. I've never heard that analysis from the SFPUC, and I would say that's a really, really important thing, that it can't just be all about reliability. It should be with affordability also. The second thing I'd mention is the wonderful things that Palo Alto Utilities is doing is the benchmarking. When I was listening, and I had known about this, comparing to Redwood City and to Hayward, and saying, hey, look, their rates are different. How is that? And what can we do to learn from that and improve how our rates can be better? I think I don't hear the SFPUC doing that either how do we improve from learning from these other people? And I think that benchmarking is a huge thing and another way of enabling, hey, yes, we need to spend all this money on the infrastructure to replace the penstocks, but maybe we can spread that over a little bit more time so we can be a little more affordable. So I guess my main point here is there are a couple big things the SFPUC could be doing to help on rates that could make a very big difference for how much we have to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we having other public speakers?
If If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 4, please raise your hand or press *9 now. No hands raised.
All right, the public comment period will be closed. Coming back to the commission, go ahead.
Oh, and if I could just finish my questions on that slide that we had up with the chart of historic and projected wholesale rates. And my apologies if you've already answered this, but just to make it clear, does this projected wholesale rate include any of the potential alternative water supply?
No.
plans? Thank you.
Yeah, this was just the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Steve, thank you so much for coming down.
Sure.
It's great to see you again. I have just a couple of questions. I think the first thing I want to say, just like objectively, is that everyone that works on this system deeply cares about the system, and I think deeply cares about its performance and its critical role in the local economy and in enjoying living in the Bay Area. And so I think it's just tremendously important to come at some of these discussions with a really open heart and a really, as civil set of interactions as possible. So I will just say, I think that, there's certainly some contention around how the design drought has been developed and modeled and, how we're using it. I guess my question to you is just, do you feel like you have a really strong understanding, not just of how the design or do you have a strong understanding of how not just your projections of the design drought are likely to change under future climate scenarios, but also, this question is not coherent. I apologize. Let me back up. Do you feel confident in SFPUC's scientific understanding of how frequency of drought, intensity of drought, and duration of drought are likely to change under future climate scenarios? And is the study that Peter mentioned and that you've done within SFPUC, is it your understanding that do you feel like it's pretty complete?
I would say it was not intended to actually answer that question. I can give two answers to it.
Please.
One of which is that the 1 in 24,000 year number, that was as part of an original analysis that the researchers did, and then without direction from us or anything like that, they stopped for a second and said, we really don't have any data out there. So this frankly is too speculative for us to really rely on in the report. So that was their take on it at that time. The other thing we did, which we did as part of the study, which does not get cited very much, was we did an expert elicitation with a group of climate experts, and that was 2 or 3 days of learning about the system and discussing things. And I think there were 10 folks involved, and that was one of the questions we asked them. Are we, do you think our design drought is appropriate, too conservative, or not conservative enough? And 7 out of the 10, I believe, went for it's appropriate to not conservative enough. So that was, just, asking people directly the question who had knowledge of these kinds of things in the system. But that was, developed in a different way. It wasn't a hard analysis. It was just expert opinions.
I will just say my perspective on this is that the way in which you're looking, and I haven't read the full report or any of the FOIA information. I'm coming at this a little bit blindly, but I will say that the impact of changes in frequency have very different financial implications than the changes in impact in intensity or in duration. And I actually think that a really important part of your alternative water supply plan is going to be better clarifying how those individual drought attributes are likely to change going forward. And from that, developing and design droughts that aren't just lengthening, but are changing in frequency or changing in intensity.
Yeah, that was, excuse me, that report that I mentioned that just came out, that was one of the key points that those researchers made, and at least the interview they gave on this was, it's not just precipitation. It's, the demand of the atmosphere and the biota that has a big impact separate from, is rain falling or not.
Right.
So those kind of factors really are just now, I think, being, incorporated much more than they have been before.
Okay. Is there a plan to update or sort of continuously update those design droughts or the definition of design drought over time?
There's not a specific plan for that. We do have up at Hetch Hetchy, we have a 4 or 5 person analytical group that lives and breathes this stuff. Yeah. As we went through those last 2 short droughts, which might have been a 10-year drought with a 2-year break in the middle that we just didn't understand that well. Looking at it from as many different angles as they could to try to understand, what the implications were. And they are plugged into, frankly, all of the research networks on drought conditions, as well as precipitation, atmospheric rivers, and other things. So they are very, very, very well connected into that universe and are providing additional insights whenever they can.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things you're articulating is that the climate science in this area is changing very, very quickly.
Yes.
And so it's actually, I think, very important. I understand that was an expensive study to execute, but I think that, keeping that updated over time and regularly revisiting that is probably in the best interest of all of the SFPUC system.
Yeah, and in that particular case, we don't have any control over that. That was actually done through the Water Research Foundation to Amherst with our funding.
Yep.
I understand they're looking at that report and, maybe, moving additional work from it that we would be happy to participate in.
Great. I think that the other side of this, of course, is your demand models. I understand that these are just planning models, but I will also say I think part of the confusion, if I'm understanding correctly, is that there's the projected demand models, and then there's the enterprise side demand models, and there's the finance side demand models. And if I'm not mistaken, the finance side demand models have just historically, if you look retrospectively, have been more accurate. Is that correct or not correct?
Well, yeah, accurate when it comes to, excuse me, the actual demands that occur, which is what they're trying to get as close as they can to,
right.
But making sure that there's, they're close enough so that we're not going to run out of money.
Yeah.
The urban water management plan side is artificially inflated because it's based on what does the planning department say is going to be the build out. And so that's the raw data we're working with, and that's what we're legally obligated to show we have the demand or the water for.
Right, understood. So I think I sense that there's like a ton of conflict around which demand models we use. Again, I think everybody is coming at this from a desire to have a reliable and affordable water supply system. Everybody is. I think it's just important to explicitly, as we go about building projects, as you know better than anyone else, looking at how those end up those new projects end up affecting rates and how that
Yeah.
ends up subsequently affecting demand.
And as we started on that effort, and even before, we had a very, very explicit comment letter from Bosca on behalf of the wholesale customers, which was, we fully support all of the planning you want to do.
Yep.
Don't build anything until you come back to us and we all talk about it and make sure that these are the right investments.
Absolutely. So can you just clarify within the contract structure, how we decide what gets built and what role Bosqua plays in that? Like, do we, I guess from
Yeah.
Nicole's presentation, it was like, just a tiny bit unclear to me. At what point individual projects come before Bosqua?
Yeah, what happens, they don't really come as individual projects. We embark on, updating our capital improvement program. We're obligated within San Francisco to do an annual review of that. So we're just starting on the next annual review. We try to do every 2 years, a really thorough review. So we're trying to move forward with as little changes as possible in this, what we call a mid-cycle one. But basically, what we do and have done now for several years is, we, the water enterprise, identify project needs that we have there and identify candidate projects for that. And then we pass them on to our infrastructure division that generally is starting to develop, the cost estimates and like, what's it going to take to do this? And then we pull all that information forward into, a coherent whole, which, historically has been an 11 by 17 spreadsheet saying, okay, here's all these line items, and we can talk about each one of these things and what purpose that they are going for. And so usually about, October, November, we sit down with Bosca and say, this looks like the coming year's plan. And also it started to have been through, review at my level, which is, yeah, these are all great ideas, except we can't afford all of them. And so we're probably not going to do these. And so we're generally explicit with Bosca as well as the things that we are leaving out. That we're not proposing to go forward with, and we get their take on, yes, this seems like a reasonable approach. The challenge we have in many cases is for projects when you're at an early stage, you have to have enough planning money there to develop the project. It's probably going to be expensive. You just don't know how much. So when do you put money in the future years for construction? That's an ongoing debate about how we should do that. I personally am in favor of putting a marker out there. It's not a cost estimate, but if you want to make sure people know there's a $50 million or more project coming, throw $50 million in year 7 so that people are like, oh, we have to pay attention to that line item in the next 2 or 3 years to see where it's going to go, and do we still support it?
I have 2 more questions.
Sure.
There's been a nice technical discussion. I think, as I mentioned before, there's equal measures of policy
Yes.
and politics. I am wondering what advice you have to Palo Alto City Council and our UAC and our utility about preparing our citizens for the potential of blending with reused water, and when we should start that process of education.
It's never too soon. That is something that we have been in discussion with Bosca a bit and with Valley Water, because we may be doing something jointly with them. And that was the one common thing that we all came to, is we collectively in the Bay Area should have kind of a very consistent set of messages we're sending on purified water. It doesn't need to be project oriented right now. It just needs to be starting to soften the beach somewhat. My first comment on it was in 2012 with San Mateo County electeds, where I said something to the effect of, well, the next wave of drinking water is going to be recycled water, so get ready to suck it up. And that caught Barbara Pierce's attention. She was the mayor of Redwood City at that time, and she still remembers that as the first point. I said, it's coming. In the industry, it had been a non-topic until about a decade ago, and now it's just getting more and more discussion that this is more real, and people are reading about it in the papers. But when it comes down to doing it, you need to have been working at it for several years, and you need to continue.
Decades.
Potentially decades, but you need to continue working at it. It's like a race. You don't run to the tape. You have to run through the tape and beyond, because if you let up, you're probably just going to die.
I also just want to express my personal support for the concept of a regional cost sharing program. I think that finding low marginal cost projects is going to help everybody in the region. And that there's probably a lot of cost saving opportunities on the table, potentially, and we should be looking at that. We should also be sharing those costs so that we, the benefits, the costs that a single community would pay are balanced by the benefits that the full region realizes.
And I think, people who live in Palo Alto might work in, San Jose, or they might work in San Bruno, or vice versa, that all the wholesale customers benefit from the, stability of supply for all the other wholesale customers.
And the potential to reduce costs as a result of better regional or continued regional coordination.
Yep.
So I just want to thank you for noting that. I guess the final thing I'll say is that I think that I don't have a strong understanding of what elasticity there is in other demands along the Tuolumne River, and whether there's, in your allusion at the end to your work with the irrigation districts, whether there's any exploration of purchasing water rights in years, or purchasing water, so reaching some sort of agreement around drought year water allocations. Again, this is a little outside of my domain expertise, but would be thankful for any comments you have on that.
As you said, political considerations come into way as much as engineering considerations. People in the valley, like to take care of the valley. And so in 2012, we had what we thought was a potential deal there. And once they got into some public hearings at the irrigation district that we were working with, and we had been working closely with the general manager and the chief counsel for them, there was a large outcry about don't send any water to those people in San Francisco or the Bay Area. And within 6 months, the general manager and the chief counsel were gone. So that's, that was a very clear experience. So we're starting to try to have conversations with them that can be productive and find creative ways that we might share benefits of projects. And I'm hopeful we might get somewhere on that, but it's got to be slow going and mindful of everybody's political environments that they live and work in.
I deeply appreciate that, and I understand the sensitivities there. I think, though, as we start to develop an understanding of what the marginal water supply costs are of some of these alternative water supply sources, that becomes a bit of a ceiling, so to speak, on what the willingness to pay would be for the exchange, and that may end up looking very beneficial to some of those partners that we have at the irrigation districts.
In that case, in 2012, we were offering 100 times what they were paying for water, and it died.
Yeah. Okay. I think I've taken more than my allocation of time, but thank you again for coming down, and we look forward to continuing to partner with SFPUC.
May I? So I come at this really with, I suppose my primary concern is that Palo Alto not be rushed into very heavy investment in alt water. I believe I am open-minded to questions of recycling when the time comes. But I'm concerned that we are rushed into making investments along the lines of the One Water discussion without open and transparent data and modeling, without understanding the assumptions. So that's really my overriding concern in all this. I do want to follow up on Megan's questions about marginal cost and all of that by asking Dave Warner about his comment on reliability. But Mr. Ritchie, I'll hold that for a second and ask first about CapEx or CIP, because, you know, again, we're talking about the price of water to Palo Alto citizens. We're talking about the wholesale rates that we pay to SFPUC as being high. And CapEx for the SFPUC seems to be high and soaring. Now, you have in your presentation something on the order of 1.6 million, and I just wanted to clarify, billion, and I wanted to clarify that's not all of SFPUC, which I know includes wastewater, but it's not even all SFPUC water CapEx, which I think is in excess of $10 billion over 10 years. Does this slide say that 1.6 is
It is
total?
not in excess of $10 billion over 10 years. I basically am responsible for 3 capital improvement programs. One is Hetchy Water, which is up in the Sierras, which I think is about 1.5 billion.
That's what's in here, right?
Yeah, that's what's in the slide.
Okay.
The regional water, which is, you know, the Bay Area region, and then, which is 1.6 billion, and then 1.3 billion in San Francisco itself, which is what we call our local water. So those 3 capital programs are somewhat independent of each other, and collectively they add up to that's about $4.5 billion. So that's the water enterprise in that 1.5 billion for upcountry. That includes power projects as well. So maybe about half that is actually a water project, but it's carried out on behalf of the system that we're responsible for managing.
All right. I attended I think a summertime BOSCA meeting, and I believe I learned there that total SFPUC CapEx over 10 years was almost 12 billion. And it had gone up significantly just in a 2-year window.
That's when you add the wastewater program, yeah.
Right. And yet all of that does have implications presumably on our future wholesale rate and consumer rates.
Well, it does in the sense that San Francisco, you know, I think the split is roughly 1/3 and 2/3 for wholesale water and wholesale water costs. But, you know, about half of our budget comes from San Francisco. That's the retail stuff, and San Francisco pays for that extra money. So the bill in San Francisco for San Francisco residents is the thing that people get. They get, you know, a combined bill for water and wastewater.
Right.
And so there's going to be, you know, bigger increases on the wastewater side coming down the road. And that it's going to lead to the affordability issues that I'm talking about. And that's where there could be a constraint on what San Francisco is able to pay into improvements that benefit the whole region. So that's that 1/3, you know, might have a constraint on it. And this, I got this question at a BOSCA board meeting, which was, gee, if you have to spend so much on wastewaters, that can have an impact on what you can spend on your share of the water system. And the answer is that's where we have to get creative and look at, you know, all different alternative ways of financing those kinds of things. There is a regional financing authority that was created back in the legislation that Nicole mentioned earlier. That has never been used, but it gives the region the ability to issue debt on its own. And that might be a vehicle that might come into play if those circumstances really come about.
Yeah. Well, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but my questions come out of the concern that CapEx at SFPUC is large and growing at, I mean, from what I read, staggering rates over, I think it jumped by 30-something% just from couple of years ago to this year over a 10-year window. And all that has, will affect us. And if I understand correctly, it does not even include the alt water projects that are in your presentation.
Yeah,
That's extra
it
investment
does
on
not
top.
include those projects. And that one particular large increase came about following a year when we cut that program by a fair amount because we had a 0% water rate increase in San Francisco at that time. So it wasn't this sort of magical jump there that happened out of the blue. No, it was restoring money that we deferred for at least a year because we had a 0% water rate increase. And then I would not recommend 0 water percent rate increases for anybody. That you just get behind, and that's not a good thing.
Thank you. My next question is for Peter Dreckmeyer, but perhaps I should ask you first, Mr. Ritchie. The 152 million gallons a day number that it's the top of this blue chart. It seems to be a very important, it seems to be the key number. It's the water availability through the system, right? The 152 that ultimately gets down to a 92 million gallon a day gap. The 152 is, I think in your presentation, you talked about, I don't know if the word was entitlement or allotment, but the amount of water that SFPUC gets from the Tuolumne. Is that what this 152 is? Because I thought that number was much higher.
No, the 152 is what we think is water available for the regional water system to deliver if it had to fulfill the 40% unimpaired flow obligation under the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan.
I see. So the Cal Delta would have, it would cause you, SFPUC, to need to supply 152 more, is that?
Well, 152, after we met those environmental obligations, that's what is left in available supply from our sources.
Thank you. And Peter Dreckmeyer, if I could ask a related question to you, and I realize I'm doing a little bit maybe of what you referred to as a possible workshop one might do. I'd be curious what you think that even might be, but since you speak, I suppose, on behalf of the river, so to speak, what is SFPUC's entitlement or allotment out of the river? I mean, we got farmers in Turlock and all kinds of other entitlements. So I think there was even reference to junior water rights in the presentation. Could you just speak to that?
Yeah, and first of all, I just want to say, this is almost like a workshop, so I really appreciate it. I mean, it's very rare that these issues get this kind of attention. So thank you all very much, and sorry to keep you here so late. I'll overwhelm you with a bunch of numbers. In an average year, the SFPUC is entitled to 750,000 acre feet from the Tuolumne. That's just the way the water rights are set up. 750,000 acre feet. So demand has been under 200 million gallons per day for the last 10 years. 200 million gallons per day is 225,000 acre feet per year. So in an average year, like this last year, they're entitled to enough water to last 3 years. So usually they don't have any place to put it. They want to have all their reservoirs full, and then the times the river benefits are when storage is full and they're spilling, and you get a little bit higher flows than the minimum flows. The 152 is they looked at the 6-year drought of record, which actually had 2 years where they picked up water. So back to the point about, duration is very different than severity of a drought. They calculate that, actually, I might be a little bit off on this, but I think the 152 is what if we have that sequence with the Bay Delta plan, which we would require 93 million gallons per day average left in the river. So another way to look at it is 750,000 acre feet average year. I think that's about 690 million gallons per day. So you give 93 million back to the river. We use 200 million. There's still a lot of extra water. And so the key is that back in the 70s and 80s, the SFPUC, and before that, SFPUC was projecting much higher demand. And that's why they invested a lot in storage. So Hetch Hetchy is a quarter of their storage. They have a water bank at Don Pedro that serves a huge purpose. During extended droughts, on paper, the SFPUC is giving up water from their bank, but they can keep all the reservoirs full. So just a little bit more information. At full storage, they have about 1.45 million acre feet. About 90,000 of that is dead pool. So they have, we'll say 1.35 million acre feet. They need 225,000 acre feet per year. So if you do the work, they have enough water to last 6 years. During the recent drought, when they declared a water shortage emergency in November 2021, they had enough water in storage to last 4.5 years. At the height of that drought, they had enough water to last 4 years. In the last, what's that?
In storage.
In storage, yeah. So a combination of their storage and incredible water rights in an average year, fantastically incredible in a wet year. In 2017, they were entitled to enough water to last 14 years. There's plenty of water to give some back to the river. And here's the problem. When their storage isn't full, they only release the minimum requirements. And between 2012 and 2016, 5 years, the percentage of unimpaired flow, natural flow in the lower Tuolumne was 12%, the average for 5 years. So 88% of the water was being held in storage or diverted. And then in 2017, we had that big water year and the unimpaired flow was 79%. So we had 5 years averaging 12 and then we had 79. That's not a good way to manage a river if you got a salmon run that supports a whole ecosystem. Had the Bay Delta plan been in effect for those 5 years, it would have been 44%. And then in 2017, it would have been 40%. And then in 2017, it would have been 44%.
Sorry to interrupt. 40% is what gets through to the
40% of the flow that would come down the river in the absence of dams and diversions between February and June. So that's what the Bay Delta plan requires. It was adopted in 2018. Palo Alto unanimously supported it. There was a brilliant motion made from a former council member. And a few months later, the State Water Board adopted it. There were the lawsuits. There's, these voluntary agreements, which we think are really bogus, that are interfering with implementation. But we're expecting in the next year or two that something's going to happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My last question would be, as I said, back to the topic of cost and cost analysis. Dave Warner, you said something about affordability and reliability, and I didn't get it. So maybe everybody else did. Could you elaborate?
Sure. And I just would say, like, for example, the SFPUC, my understanding is to focus on reliability. We don't hear about trying to say, well, let's balance reliability and affordability. In a recent study that Valley Water started, they're looking at very significant increases in their water rates. But they said, let's do a study to say, what can we do to balance affordability with reliability? Where's the optimal place where we get good reliability, but it's not ridiculously expensive? And I think those are the kinds of things that we'd love the SFPUC to do more of, to say, well, okay, it'd be really great to have this for reliability, but maybe we can put this off a little bit to help us on the affordability front. So that's what I'm saying as an example.
Are you talking about using a metric like cost per every project, and then the river itself? These are all sources of water. Are you looking at like cost per acre foot and whether that's sort of?
Well, that's what, so, not to go into too much detail, but when I think when BOSCA reviews the capital projects, they're saying, here's the projects that we need. And as the example Nicole gave, we're not going to rebuild a new mountain tunnel. Let's fix the one we have, which is much more cost effective. In addition, it'd be great at the same time to say, okay, if we do this project, project. Here's how it's going to affect our water rates. And that way you can say, oh, well, maybe we should put this one off a little bit because we don't want the water rates to jump that much. So there's not the association that I'm aware of, or I've never heard it at a commission meeting, where they're saying, here's our capital projects, and here's, if we do these, here's how the water rates would change. If we don't do these, here's how the water rates would change. And just to give one example, to say, the change in the capital projects from last year to this year and the water enterprise caused the 2045 projected water rate by the finance department to jump $400. So it went from, I think if you look in my long letter on this page, there's a thing that shows here's what the 2045 water rate would be from last year, and $400 more is what it is now because of their capital investment. And again, as mentioned, these do not include alternative water supplies. So they're much lower than what they would be if they factored in the alternative water supplies. Is this answering your question?
Yeah, unless you want to say anything at a broader level, there's been, I've been talking about CapEx, that it's rising, that it is obviously going to affect our water rates downstream, pun intended. You've looked at this, do you have a point of view on the topic?
Well, I think my main thing is we've just got to look more closely at water rates. And I will say and agree with Steve and everyone else, it's an immensely complex subject. For example, there was some water districts, including Valley Water, get subsidized water from the State Water Project, and their property owners pay a State Water Project fee. Well, lo and behold, Palo Alto pays a State Water Project fee if you look on your property tax bill. And so it's like, well, we're paying these high rates plus we're paying property tax. And I think, Palo Alto Utilities is dealing with that. So there's many things. It's also how reliable is the system? How much is it out of repair? Are you building reserves? How much debt do you have? There are just so many factors to consider. I think I've taken plenty of your time. Thank you.
All right, anyone down here? You've already asked a questions, but wait. Go for it.
We had a One Water presentation, and I think we're looking forward to having much more detailed one coming up. But I just want to say that I am a longtime resident of the region, have gone through several droughts. When I saw the modeling on the number of years that we're assuming for a drought, I was like, I just remember seeing tree rings, in the Yosemite Visitor Center. You can see these massive droughts, right? So I just looked at it for a paper today and saw that, based on tree rings, there's from the year 900 AD through now, on 3 different river systems, the Klamath, the Sacramento, and the San Joaquin, the tree rings show 21-year drought on the Klamath, a 10-year drought twice on the Sacramento, a 13-year drought in the San Joaquin. And it seems prudent to me that we ought to know, what happens if we get in one of these situations. And I'm glad that we are considering alternatives to explore, at least to the feasibility stage. So to me, I feel like, okay, we ought to know what we're going to do when this happens. And ideally, we have some technologies or systems that we know work, that we know we can spin up within a certain amount of time. Like I support investment up to knowing feasibility, knowing the lead time necessary for the drought scenario. The Bay Delta scenario, obviously, we need to see how that plays out and whether that becomes a reality. But it sounds like we have a lot of concern over capital projects, and I just wanted to say that I do have concern myself over longer term, longer duration droughts. Just knowing that it has happened in history, even though we have not been keeping track of it, because we don't have that much history, but the trees do. So that was my comment.
Anything down here?
Thank you again, Mr. Ritchie. I had a few follow-up questions on water quality, and thank you so much for answering my question off the bat on perfluorinated substances and microplastics in our water supply. I think it's going to be a growing concern as more and more research comes out about the health effects of these contaminants in our water. I was curious if you could expand on what SFPUC is doing currently on microplastics and what you foresee it doing potentially in the future. And then relatedly, one concern that I have on purified water programs is whether, I think it's stunning that our water from Hetch Hetchy system is not filtered. I think that's incredible. One concern I have about purified water is, will purified water give the same quality on a chemical composition basis as the water we currently enjoy? When I've asked questions about purified water before, I often hear answers that the water will meet, the federal maximums. And currently our water is well below a lot of these federal maximums for contaminants. I'll give you one example. In Palo Alto, the total dissolved solids in our water is probably consistently below 100. But the federal maximum for that, for total dissolved solid, is up to 500.
500, yeah.
So I'm curious how you think, what your perspective is on that, or the SFPUC perspective is on that.
Okay. Well, two questions there. One, if and when, and maybe I should say when, because, maybe it's not 10 years, maybe it's not 20, but maybe it's 30, but when we are using purified water, it will be as pure as anything else because of the degree of treatment that is going to be required and is required currently under the regulations. So, it will be, frankly, from a taste perspective, it won't be noticeable. And from a chemical perspective, it won't be noticeable. It won't be distinguishable. On the question on microplastics, that's an interesting one. There is currently no standardized methodology for analyzing for microplastics. The State Water Resources Control Board is working on that, and they are going to be starting a pilot project with, I believe it's 10 or 11 of the largest water agencies in California will be participating in that, using that methodology and evaluating their source waters. So we will be one of those agencies. That study should start in the next 2 to 3 years. But again, it's kind of starting, it needs to rely on a standardized methodology that the state is going to basically give us, that we will all be able to use the same methodology. And then we'll find out where the data lead us.
Thank you again for your time.
All right, I just had a brief question, really. You said the main drivers for cost increases is capital improvements and declining water sales. Was that roughly what I?
Well, for rate increases.
For rate increases.
Yeah, for rate increases, this is something that we've been looking at, and I've had conversations with Dave Warner about this, where rates are a good point of comparison, but what the household bill is a better point of comparison. So take, for example, San Francisco and our wholesale customers, the rates they pay for our water will lead to a certain, cost per unit, but you're using less units than, say, somebody in Los Angeles who's using twice as many units. Their rate may be lower, but they're paying more on the monthly bill because of the amount of water they use. So that's where,
But
changes in
theoretically, they're
demand
getting a
come in.
benefit for using more water, and they're choosing to use that more water.
They are.
So I think that's a false comparison, to be honest.
I would disagree respectfully.
That's fair. But the question I had is, assuming you actually want to keep rates low, which is my assumption, the question comes down to, if those are the two drivers, you have more water that you could sell in wet years. In drought years, you have a shortage. We want people to use less water so that when we have droughts and the water is not available, right? I mean, that's the primary. I guess I was going to ask you, what is the primary reason that we want to sell less water?
The primary reason we want to sell less water is to make sure we have water that we can have in future drier years. We don't want to sell less water. We want people to use water wisely. And that.
So in a wet year, why do we care if people use water wisely? No, really, why?
Why?
Wouldn't we want to actually sell more
Why?
water? in a super
Why?
wet year?
Because the next year, actually, what happens in wet years is demand actually is depressed because it's wet. And people aren't, literally, you can track all of our data.
Right, there's no irrigation.
There's no irrigation.
Because it's a wet year.
Demand is really
demand
low
falls
in wet
down.
years as a result.
Right, no, I thought the whole reason that we want to use less water, and that's why we push conservation and all of that, is because when we come up against the dry years.
Yeah, it's basically stretching our water supplies as long as we can stretch them. That's really the purpose for conservation at all times and using water wisely at all times. Doesn't mean you don't have to, kill your trees. That they're a wise use of water.
But what we've done is we've built inelasticity into the system, and that's what you've talked about, is that, cutting back 20% is not cutting back 20% like it was a decade ago.
Yeah.
And so as we've squeezed the system down by telling people to conserve.
Yeah.
What we really want is people to actually buy more water in wet years and be really conservation in dry years. That's what you really want. I have no idea how you get that message. I do that, but that theoretically in my head.
I think I appreciate your thinking on this. Managing that way, I have a real problem with.
Why?
Why? Because I don't want to be out there hawking water in wet years and have the very next year start off as a drought and people saying, but I just got used to using that water. Why are you telling me to cut back now? That's, what messages are we given to people?
Well, I think, I understand. I understand this is a difficult question and difficult issue. But I guess I'm also curious is that, do you expect, as we continue to push that message, that people will continue to lose less water and your fixed costs will continue to rise, which will cause you an affordability crisis, which you've already mentioned. And you've already mentioned that may constrain your ability to then put money towards, new sources of water or capital improvement projects. I guess I'm asking how you're going to resolve this issue, where if you basically said, okay, we're going to new population or whatever, except for, as far as I can tell, California's population is shrinking and we're losing congressional seats. So I guess there seems to be a fundamental conundrum that we're not dealing with. And I realize that it's politically difficult to say, oh, there comes a point where we actually need to sell enough water that the system operates. Because, it's much easier to give the message, let's always conserve, conserve, conserve. And which is the right message. I'm not saying it's not, but I guess I'm trying to ask is, how are you going to deal with that fundamental conflict? Especially when you tell me, I'm not being aggressive on this, but you told us that you're having a real problem thinking forward about the affordability, because not everyone can afford to pay those water rates. And so, and you're still looking at large capital improvements. So I guess I was sort of asking about that issue. What's the plan?
What's the plan? Well, the plan is people have come to rely on this water, and they will continue to rely on this water. And that means renewing the capital assets, which is going to cost money over time. And so the reliability of the water supply is something they're paying for. And that's our message, that, the rate itself is kind of irrelevant. Again, I would say that what they're paying on a monthly basis is what's mostly relevant, and people will pay to have that reliability supply. My favorite anecdote is Alameda County Water District gets 40% of their supply from the State Water Project, and guess what? When a drought comes around, they don't get any water from the State Water Project. So they're coming to us every time in a drought saying, gosh, I know all the other wholesale customers are having to cut their water ask of you, but we need to increase because we've just lost 40% of our supply. They're using, they're doing a good job of conserving, but they have to have that reliability of supply. And that's what people are paying for. They're not paying for the water. They're paying for the reliability and the purity of the supply. That's the message we need to give more than anything else.
Well, I don't disagree. They are paying for that, but they are also paying for the water. I mean, at the end of the day, they want the water, they need the water. And reliability is a cost, right? I mean, you could build desal plants tomorrow. I mean, it would cost you a fortune, the rates would go ridiculously high, but you could have a ton of water. So it's really a question of how much money do you want to spend and what are the rates going to be? What is the effect on the people and what creates, and obviously you don't want to run out of water. And, I'm glad you're being conservative. And I agree that that's as Commissioner Croft said, it's real. I don't necessarily disagree that an 8-year design drought might be the right thing. But this is not, if you said to us, you want a 20-year drought and you were wanting to spend huge amounts of money and make really expensive water, I think that would probably be a social negative. And so I guess I'm just thinking we can't just continue to spend vast amounts on capital. I remember when our water rates were before we did the
Water
earthquake
System
safety and
Improvement
all that.
Program.
Right. I was on city council then. I remember, water was pretty cheap. We did this huge expansion of water rates just started. And we needed to do that. I don't disagree. The question is, when does that stabilize in what we spend on capital improvements so you don't get huge spikes in rates? And if you continue to sell less water, I just ask myself the question of, are you on a sustainable long-year, 20-year path if that's what we continue to do? And I know we keep thinking that population is going to increase. I just sort of think California is where New York was 10 years ago. And rates are and population is not going to necessarily go up, and you're not going to sell the water. So anyway,
I'll interject.
I got to let Carlos speak. Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. I just want to add one really quick thing, which is there's a whole other layer of state legislation and regulation on top of all of this. So we had the old SBX. There was a reduction by the year 2020. Everybody accomplished that for the most part. And now we have new legislation, which is making conservation a California way of life, where we have these urban water use targets that we have to meet. And so, I appreciate the academic question about, selling more water in a wet year, but the reality is that we have other pressures on us to make sure that we in California are using water wisely.
No, I think that's true.
Every utility in the world faces this. It's that formula that he showed. In any competitive environment, when the demand goes down, the price would go down. But here, when the demand goes down, ceteris paribus, as we like to say in the economics world, the price goes up. And, as long as you're growing and you have a larger number and you're guaranteed growth, it's not a problem because you're spreading the butter over more and more. But as soon as you start getting a situation, we'll face this with gas. As soon as you start losing customers, the price goes up for the remaining customers, or people are using less, the price goes up. And it's built in by law to the structure, of the utility, the concept. There's an obligation to serve and provide reliability. And in return, we use that formula to make sure they get their money back. I can't see it as being, this is not unique.
No, it's not unique, but you will, if you get to that non-sustainable point, you will have a tipping point.
Yeah, it's called death spiral.
Right. I don't think we disagree on this. I think the issue is that I'm concerned about what the long-term plan is. And I understand that. I think that was a really good point, Carla, about but you can always influence the legislature. You can always influence the way of people thinking. And it's not happening tomorrow. The question is if you try and plan for things early, you can usually fix them. People talk about if we made some changes to Social Security or Medicare 15 years ago, it would be a lot simpler. And so that's really my question to you is, are you thinking about the long term and how this is going to work? If people are talking about death spirals now, that's a problem. And yes, our gas utility could have the same issue, but
it will.
Yeah, that's our prices.
It could. It depends on what we do with the gas utility.
On the topic, could I ask, maybe for Carla or maybe anyone in the room, do we know what our projected wholesale price to SFPUC will be 1, 3, 5 years from now? Do we have assumptions? or
It was
contractual?
on that graph that I
Yeah, I mean, we
showed.
rely on the PUC's
Oh, that-
financial plan for
So that
our
graph is
wholesale costs.
contractual or is it just?
No, that's just projection of what it's going to cost 1, 3, and 5 years from now.
Thank you. You're right. It's in the graph.
Now, 20, 30, 40, I don't know those.
All right, any other questions or? I want to thank you very much for coming.
Sure,
Very
absolutely.
much appreciate it.
Come back anytime.
That's right. Next meeting? All right. How quickly can we do the next item or do you want to postpone it? I mean, I don't quite see us. Do we have a lot of questions? I mean,
Well, there was a mail out requesting questions.
there was.
And maybe that could be compiled.
Do you want to?
Do you want to just pull it and then,
I'm
next,
happy to do what the group wants, but if we have more than 45 minutes on this, that would be too much.
yeah.
I would suggest compiling the questions and answers and reviewing that next time.
Shall we just move it to next?
I mean, we can do that. We can respond if there's questions. If you want to send them in, we can respond back to questions for each commissioner at that period of time. I mean, because next meeting's going to be fairly long as well, because we talk about preliminary rates.
Right.
And stuff. So whatever the commission would like to do.
The next meeting. Yeah, I think why don't you just explain what you said? I think that's a good plan.
Can I move that we submit any questions on this next agenda item via email? And that we dedicate no more than 15 minutes of the next meeting to follow-up discussion on responses to those questions?
I would just like to suggest that I agree, but that be by exception. In other words, if you get a satisfactory answer in writing, we're not going to talk about it.
Precisely, right? It's simply follow-up on questions that were not satisfactorily answered.
And the answers go to all members?
Yes, and I think they should come from, they have to come from the utility.
They come from staff, right?
And could there be some way of posting
So-
the answers or something so the public can see them as well? Because otherwise.
Yes.
We'd have to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I may have follow-on questions on fiber, but I will try to put as many of those in writing as possible for next meeting.
I second the motion.
You want to just do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Chair Sharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker. Motion carries 7-0.
Chair Sharf, could I ask one question?
Sure.
Could you all please send your questions directly to Kaylee so we can get them all there in one place instead of individually to other folks?
Yeah,
I appreciate that. Yeah, if you can send them to Kaylee, please.
And one request for the answers to those questions, if we could get them maybe at least a week before the meeting, that would be helpful too, to give us some time to review the answers in case we have any follow-ups.
So we should probably get a conversation on when those questions can come in, and then we could have some time to respond.
Why don't you set a date of when you need the questions in by?
2 weeks. 2 weeks before the next meeting, give us a week to answer and then return them back to the commission.
Weren't we about to discuss this item and should we all have our questions that we could submit relatively quickly? It seems,
hope so.
it seems like we ought to be able to submit them within a week of today.
We would appreciate that. I was just reminded that Thanksgiving is coming up, so that would be appreciated. The earlier the better. We can close it down.
So why don't you just say people have to submit them in a week?
1 week.
Within 1
That'd be,
week.
thank you.
Could you take just a moment to describe what this operating budget, we're talking about the operating budget.
That was, that was for the, utilities director position. That's that.
Yeah. No, we are talking about fourth quarter
Annual report.
annual report. Item number 5.
I'm sorry, this question sounds silly or naive, but what is the real purpose of this document? It's an annual report and it's not financial, it says so in there. It does, I read the description, but it's a report.
Just looking.
Just give me a primer on what this is for, a little bit more than what's in the letter, please.
Commissioner, are you asking about the quarterly report or are you asking about what was added in from a budget
No,
perspective?
just the basic document, annual report. I read it, I had questions, but I mean, it's.
So
It's a high level, non-financial, these are some of the issues confronting each of the utilities.
Yeah, so this is something that we give out to the commission every quarter. And we leave the fourth quarter typically for discussion about the first 3 quarters or whatever these numbers look like. So these are some of the KPIs that we as a utility look at. How are we doing in these areas? How do we do some comparisons? Because what had happened in the past, commissioners would ask questions about reliability. And then there would be questions about the financials. And then there would be questions. So that we decided that we would capture all this and put them in these quarterly reports. And that we would give it at the first, second, and third as informational. And that we would discuss the fourth quarter because they would compile the whole year then at that point.
Okay, and I know we don't want to get into this whole topic, so these are very generic. Why is there often revenue and volume sales and almost, I think almost never cost information? Like month by month we see for gas and for electric, the sales and the revenue, but no comment on cost, or although it does have contribution to the reserves I see, but why is that? I give you an example, but they're all that way.
The electric plan.
I mean, I think that some of them do have some financials in them, but I think what's happened is that we haven't had the staff to compile for every utility that's in that, as we've broken it out by utility fund.
Okay.
And we thought that if we were going to do this meeting, then we would be talking about the prelims for coming up budget portion. of it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, and what I was stammering around and being non-specific, I mean, just one example would be gas, where we have detailed month-by-month charts, actuals, plans, forecasts. We make comments about lower wholesale prices, and it just begs the question, what are those prices? What's the cost month by month? And I'll also, sorry to sound picayune, but nowhere do we add up the 12 months into totals. So I'm sitting here like, what's the annual? It would be nice if those spreadsheets had the total line. That struck me, and I'll shut up and wait till next
Yeah,
week.
that'd be great to get your questions. I mean, I'm looking at figure 9 that shows gas supply costs, actual versus budget. So if there's something different that you're looking
Figure
for.
9. Okay, I'll have to look for that. I think we want to wrap this up, and I stand corrected then. Figure 9 on page.
Page
Okay.
14.
Okay.
Yep. Thank
All right.
you. Nothing else.
I assume we can sort of skip future topics. All right, any commissioner comments and reports from meetings, events?
Only that I went on the tour of the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, which I think some of you have done it. If you have not done it, I know, I mean, Chair Scharf and Vice Chair Motor have done it. I highly recommend it. It's enormously useful to understand the complexity and then also be awed at the engineering marvel that is the water system. It truly is spectacular.
And I visited the water temple today and took a selfie.
Cool.
Water Temple is on the tour as well.
Really? Were you on a yellow school bus or is it virtual?
No, it's
Because
like. a
that's
yellow
like
school bus.
150 miles of difference.
It is a bus.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bus.
Who conducts this tour?
Actually, Steve and Nicole were both on it.
Huh?
Yeah, it's,
Or who conducts it? SFPC?
yes. Well, and no, actually,
Bosca.
Bosca
I see.
jointly.
Cool.
I move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Can
So say
I
aye.
just say one thing beforehand
Sure.
on the future topics? There was an offer, there was this graduate student who did a project. Did you guys read that in the report? And they offered to have her come talk about her, she did like a dashboard. What was it, a dashboard that she did?
She did work on some of our electric portfolio models. She has taken another job, so I
Okay.
can't guarantee that she can come.
Okay, I just thought if she was available, it would be interesting to hear what she did. but- Okay.
Well, I'll check back with her and see if that's possible.
Yeah. Thanks.
Would anyone like to second my motion?
I seconded it. All right. Unless anyone disagrees, then they can stay here. We are adjourning.
Aye.